might change times, but we didn't. So for the next few weeks,
So now you're stuck with it.
Well, yeah, but
Hal Anthony, Vince Easley, Art of Craig S, Jeff Mattox bringing facts, Uncle Bonehead with the mic on blast. Art of Craig S, painting truth with style, voices like fire, burning through denial. They cancel, we amplify, they censor, we testify. Live streams lit, archives deep, real liberties never asleep. Tune in, tap in, turn up, reallibertymedia.com, where the truth don't sleep. The truth don't sleep.
And I'm not saying anything new to anyone listening to me or has listened to me that's doing the proper study or has done the United States of America has been overthrown long ago in the post-founding father Lincolnized war of terror era transformation to the future that they want, and the governance assault that is being foisted upon us is merely one of the last iterations to the more perfectus union globally. If you thought sustainable development was UN out there, no, this has been promoted by the United States, as I've been telling you repeatedly. The EPA is one of the pillars of that. And don't forget the UN building is in the United States. It's a tool of the United States. So you're hearing the more perfectus union globally right here out of the mouth of the chosen and undue influencers. And I don't know how to show this takedown any better, the way they're doing this, in this one article as well, and moving this through as I've been talking about it. And I certainly don't know why people continue to allow this threat to continue and blindly trust the plan or the pact for the future. They've never been told about it. Or by undeciphered coded messages as they promote the very political schemes and scammers and administrations of those schemers and scammers that got us here at warp speed even. Right, Snagglepuss? Can I reread that before for more clarity as restated from the article? Can we read this into the chosen influencers on top of this? So being so bold as to condemn the head guy at the UN, Guterres. Zionist-loving, Zionist warmongering, genocide committing, having the duty to see and stop violations of international law, or of which would cause a violation to congressional appropriations in the committing of war crimes, the repeat global terrorists, and the American citizen it's killing, Blinken says, and was launching this and other initiatives, quote, to harness the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence to advance sustainable development globally. Who else does he support? Who else does he speak for? Who does he speak to and for and not go to the Congress? Can you tell me that which Congress critter, governor, judicial member, or other government employee does not like a church, wholly support the Zionist Federation political movement? Another element of this takedown of America or sustainable development or both. Who? There's only a couple. It's pretty fascinating. And if they're not one, they are the other. Whoever they is, they aren't enough to stop this nationally if you don't locally. And for all the support this broadcast and this network does not get, this is one, if not the only broadcast and networks explaining how to go about doing that locally, where you is, globally. Review my coverage of, and before actually, the existence of the Great Kobe swindle. And that lack of support by most of the thousands of listeners of this broadcast, even to buy a cup of coffee for the admin crew and their costs for all the hard work that they bring 24/7 now, is becoming a sore spot to me after all these years, as I've been thinking here about that 20,000 issue and the lack of support to be the separate statement and truth and source that it need. I can't see how it's not needed in the world. So I'd ask again, please find the donate buttons on reallibertymedia.com. or donate to the glorious elixir of life, I suppose. You can go to https://ko-fi.com/real_liberty_media. Please donate. Give Sound Mind something to put together for us that allows this word to counter these big tech companies that are coming to take people down and they don't even know it. Help us get the message out in a much bigger way than Grimner even envisioned. And this was the thing that excited me when Sound Minds and decided to take this on. Clean up the white elephant and make it go somewhere. And that's all done so more people can hear how help themselves as the they and their cohorts destroy our way of life and lives. Or they're trying to reach the population reduction goals that they're trying to go through. As we see them poking the bear, trying to move on to things like nuclear war for that nuclear winter because global warming. And I hope you did find that Threads movie and familiarize yourself, I trust. I hope so. So this does not end with the last Ukrainian or the last Iranian or even the last Russian. I'll put the link in the Threads movie link at the archive.org site. Watch it. Familiarize yourself. Get yourself on over to https://ko-fi.com/real_liberty_media. Please donate. This week kind of put an imperative in my mind. All the interactions and no support. And I don't say no and disregard that support we have had. I thank you very much for all of that. But trying to move this thing forward, when you see people like Assange going down with the global scrutiny on him, and he comes out with the same answers I did for my oppression in my little way. I told you, you start seeing people who go through the same experiences coming to the same truths, and you've never met them. You're standing shoulder to shoulder with people looking into a stinking abyss, and the question is, do you want to slide in, or do you want to stay out? So I'll have that link to the Threads movie it's on archive.org. That's for the nuclear winter problem, to cure global warming. That's how these psychopaths think. And they're using big tech to do it. And people embrace that and pay for their own enslavement while this is all going on. It's just a fascinating dynamic, I guess, if nothing else.
They cancel, we amplify. They censor, we testify. Live streams lit, archives deep. Real liberty's never asleep. Tune in, tap in, turn up. RealLibertyMedia.com, where the truth don't sleep. Big Ochi. Kochi. 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 Coachy. Coachy. Coaches. Coachy. 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 Coachy.
On the line, real liberty media, where freedom shines, but we need your help to keep it strong. Your donations make sure we stay here long. Upgrading gear, keeping voices free. Your support fuels our liberty, replacing the tech and pushing through. Help us grow and keep shining. Legacy strong as ever. With your help, we'll keep it going forever. New sound, fresh tech, pushing the tune. Donate now and we'll keep going soon. Britain's legacy strong as ever. With your help, we'll keep it going forever. New sound, fresh tech, pushing the tune. Donate now and we'll keep going soon. Donate now, keep RLM alive. Help us grow and help freedom survive. We're counting on you, play your part. Keep the station alive with all your heart. Fighting censorship, that's our drive. Your donations help us thrive. Real liberty media, I need your hand. With your help, we'll take a stand. Donate now, keep RLM alive. Help us grow and help freedom survive. We're counting on you, play your part. Keep the station alive with all your heart.
for tuning in. I hope you're ready for some fun. Let's begin. Make sure to hit that like button below. And don't forget to subscribe, If you're enjoying what you're seeing, then why not share it with your friends? Bring the feeling, spread the word across the land. Together we'll create something grand. Like, share, subscribe, that's the way to go. Let's build this community, let it grow. Every click counts, so join the hype, and together we'll make this content shine bright. So join the hype, and together we'll make this content shine bright.
Real Liberty Media 24/7. Hal Anthony, Vince Easley, Art of Craig S, Jeff Matox, bringing facts. Uncle Bonehead with the mic on blast. Art of Craig S, painting truth with style. Voices like fire burning through denial. They cancel, we amplify. They censor, we testify. Live streams lit, archives deep. Real liberty's never asleep. Tune in, tap in, turn up. RealLibertyMedia.com, where the truth don't sleep.
The truth don't sleep. Yeah, truth don't sleep. Real Liberty Media 24/7. Hal Anthony, Vince Easley, Art of Craig S, Jeff Matox bringing facts. Uncle Bonehead with the mic on blast. Art of Craig S painting truth with style. Voices like fire burning through denial. They cancel, we amplify. They censor, we testify. Live streams lit, archives deep. Real liberty's never asleep. Tune in, tap in, turn up. RealLibertyMedia.com, where the truth don't sleep. Where the truth don't sleep.
All right, folks. Well, it appears that I forgot to start my recording for the Grim Leftovers program this day, January 20th, 2020. So you won't be getting a podcast of the Grim Leftovers show today. Just this little bit here. I apologize for not recording it all, but the blog post here has all of the links in it from all the stories I talked about. You may not get what I consider to be highly humorous insights on these stories, but you can kind of, maybe if you're familiar with me and the way I talk about things, you can probably read into it as you go through these stories if you do decide to go ahead and follow through the links. Yeah, this is Cowboy Tex with This is the Perfect World. No, that's tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern with Grammy and Flash. That's the perfect world. This is just the leftovers. And these leftovers, well, too bad. So somebody beat you to the leftovers. And they're all gone. Oh, man. Anyway, let me give you a rundown here of the stories that I covered for those of you listening in at a later time. I'll just give you the headlines. Since the 1980s, U.S. government agency has paid over $4 billion for vaccine-related injuries and death. You still want a flu shot? Coincidentally, CDC health advisory on Ebola rapid test at FDA approves new Ebola vaccine. Invisible ink could soon reveal whether children have been vaccinated. Access to homeopathy threatened by latest FDA action. Amazon and Ring hit with lawsuit after camera hacks confirm worst fears of privacy advocates. Google whistleblower's wife, 29, killed in a car crash. Pentagon orders military personnel not to use at-home DNA testing. Michigan County threatens to demolish 14 Amish homes unless they give up their religious beliefs and upgrade their homes. Group demands Hasbro stop making assault-style Nerf guns, and how to turn off smart TV snooping features. So those are the stories that I cover here on the show tonight. So y'all have a wonderful rest of your Monday and enjoy your week. Oh, it should be so fun for those of you that are politically interested as the Trump crappy stuff starts tomorrow. And by the way, also the Virginia showdown. Yeah, nothing happened. So that's all. Thank you so much. I will be back and I will record next week. Peace.
This report says that data is used to make Elon Musk massively more wealthy through back-channel profit-making deals, and people champion him as some free speech protector. And yet they'll pay their money and they'll give their data to their bank account to him. Is your speech free if that's what they demand in trade? Haven't you paid for it dearly with your loss of privacy forever? Yeah, it's all kind of like that. How easy it is to enslave people in the digital age. People will freely pay for their digital exploitation, but won't donate 99 cents to reallibertymedia.com to provide information on limiting one's exposure to these very same exploitations. It's amazing as I look at all this, and people wonder why we have problems in this country. And why did that come to me? Because it occurred to me after I asked for donations to allow the next phase of the work needed at RLM, that if each of the more than 20,000 listeners I told you we're now getting, and there's actually more than that coming slowly as Sound Minds builds this syndication system, 20,000 listeners that listen through the various syndication channels, if each would give a nickel 98, whether because you thought the information was valuable to you or whether you were altruistic enough to say, I'm not interested in keeping that shackles of government plantation slave off me, but maybe this information could help someone else, I'll donate for them. We would have plenty of money to fulfill the needs of this network without any exploitation whatsoever. Why my work is not worth a nickel 98 while social media companies exploit their willing participants is something I can't wrap my mind around. Even being free is any sort of intention in people anymore. If that's so, why are we paying for a billionaire to exploit us? And then cheerlead that he's a free speech monger. He's not. So we need to do better for us. Again, looking at all the money per month that they ask, and people willingly get it. And I look over at how many hits we're getting on the syndication lines for this network. And we're not able to survive. And people vote with their money, so to speak, was a telling thing for me to see again. We need to do better for us. If we expect to avoid this dystopian Siberian gulag plan for us, and which we voluntarily support and pay for to enslave us, that COPPA, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act 2000, requires reasonable security measures. And this article speaks to the mere rule implementing the act for enforcement. It's presuming my listener of majority requiring ID presented to access a website a reasonable security measure or fraud coming out of the gate or not. Is the presumption of your majority as a guilt reasonable? How is it reasonably position of the federal government to burden the whole of society for what amounts to be the sole responsibility of mothers and fathers to their control regarding their sons and daughters? And for those of you that think my content is worth a nickel 98, you're in luck. I'm told they're running a deal here. Instead of a nickel 98, you can donate to the coffee fund for $1 to keep this voice and that's heard by thousands going up. So head over to, you can go to https://ko-fi.com/real_liberty Vince_media. I was told if everybody in the chat room gave $3 a month, we would pay everything that we need. Without all the exploitation. Without all the harassment. And as I said, we're trying to make it so that the word goes out without having any ability to stop it. And when we get this thing running, some of my listeners will, you tech savvy people will be able to help in that. They'll be part of that. Again, we're trying to do something federated, a hybrid federation type condition as well. As I read, big tech government collusion. Biden-Harris administration, Google, and others launch AI partnership to combat disinformation and hate speech. Now, I just got into talking about Julian Assange, and I'm telling you the Pact for the Future is what they're doing here to shut down free speech. And the third party, big tech, is in on it with government. And here's the...
You tired of fake news? Then tune into truth. You want it raw? We give it to you uncooked. Real Liberty Media, 24/7. Hal Anthony, Vince Easley, Arthur Craig S. Jeff Matox bringing facts. Uncle Bonehead with the mic on blast. Arthur Craig S. painting truth with style. Voices like fire burning through denial. They cancel, we amplify, they censor, we testify. Live streams lit, archives deep, real liberty's never asleep. Tune in, tap in, turn up, reallibertymedia.com, where the truth don't sleep.
Turn up, Real Liberty Media, where the truth don't sleep. Real Liberty Media, 24/7. Hal Anthony, Vince Easley,
Arthur Craig S.
Jeff Matox bringing facts. Uncle Bonehead with the mic on blast. They cancel, we amplify, they censor, we testify. Real liberties never sleep. Tune in, tap in, turn up. Real Liberty Media, where the truth don't sleep. Tune in, tap in, turn up. Real
Vince Easley, Uncle Bonehead, Jeff Matox so high. No delay, no script, just bounce on 24/7.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Today is Thursday, May 5th, 2016. And this is Before the First Cup with Jules here on UCY.TV. Happy Thursday, everyone. It is a sunny 56 degrees and very springy here in upstate New York. All the fruit trees are flowering and all the regular trees' leaves are popping out. And not just me, but the cats too are all having allergies. So it's a wondrous time of year. Where did we leave off yesterday? We titled the show Stem Cells Reanima Project, Biotech Trying to Reverse Brain Death. And if you remember one of the very last stories we looked at, we spent like the most of the show looking at regenerative medicine and stem cells in particular and how they are able to create, well, they're able to pretty much coax not just skin cells, but also your fat cells into almost any cell now from the human body back to its original state and have it reproduce. And they're hoping that this will be able to cure all kinds of disease. They can make lung cells and heart cells and blood cells. And I don't know, how many things did we talk about? Let's go on and on. Brain cells, too. That was the other one, the little mini brain balls. And work on Alzheimer's and all this other stuff. But then comes the horror, because you knew that once they had started creating little mini brains and little they're thinking brains, don't forget. They just don't have any input yet. They don't have any ears. They don't have any eyes. You can't touch anything, but they're still thinking. You knew that Frankenstein's monster was not too far around the corner. And that's where this Reanima project comes in. Let's put Big Pharma in charge of brain dead bodies and see what they can do. This is beyond horrifying. I think we're going to kick off here today. This is where we're going to start reading, and then we'll continue on. I don't know, did we make this whole... I think we made this whole story yesterday, but we'll at least start it, because then I have a second story as well. It says... biotech company has been given permission, and they've been given permission by the National Institute of Health, we found out, to try resurrecting the clinically dead. In a controversial move, the U.S. biotechnology company has been given permission to recruit 20. How do you recruit 20 clinically dead patients? I don't know. But recruit 20 clinically dead patients and try to bring their central nervous systems back to life. They can successfully reanimate parts of the upper spinal cord where the lower brainstem is located. There's a possibility that they could kickstart vital body functions such as breathing and heartbeats, something that these patients can only now do with the help of machines. This represents the very first trial of its kind, and thank goodness we have been doing this, because Isle of Dr. Moreau is just now taking a scary turn. It's not like Arctic flounder tomatoes anymore. We're talking about zombie apocalypse, Pet Cemetery, or Reanimator, like Dan brought up yesterday. I totally forgot about Herbert West and Reanimator. And this is stuff that nightmares are made out of. And when we rejuvenate these people, when we start injecting them with stem cells and using electrotherapy to stimulate the brains, or lasers they were using too, what's going to happen when these people that have been under for 10 years or whatever, they haven't been doing physical therapy? I could almost guarantee you they maybe flip them once so they don't get bed sores, but they most certainly don't put them on a TENS unit or on a stationary bicycle to get their muscles exercised so they're not wasted away from laying around for all those years. So what's going to happen when this person wakes up and not only is their body completely wasted away, but their brain is not going to be the same as it was before. And maybe if you just had an injury and it healed and you laid there unconscious for a long period of time and then just woke up one day, there have been people that's happened to. And some people that it's happened to have absolutely no major side effects. But I'm going to tell you what, if they're injecting you with stem cells so your brain like starts growing, doing all these, this has never been done before. Okay. We don't even know what this is going to do. So this person's going to wake up and all of a sudden be, I don't know. I just don't even know how the National Institute of Health could have given approval for this. But wait, we found out that yes, they're going to recruit 20 patients, but the experiments are going to be done in India. Now, India, I know you guys point and laugh at India, but India is a powerhouse. You know who made it a powerhouse? Oh, Mr. Mad Science himself, Billy Gates. Yeah, Bill Gates went over to India with lots of money and lots of vaccines, and he wanted to build an empire of programmers and have lots of people to be able to test his shit on. And so India worked out just well. He built programmer villages and gave them lots of skills and jobs because there were lots of educated people, just not a lot of jobs there. And then he can go and take entire villages and that can't read and have them ink their consent form to this new experimental Gardasil vaccine that they don't understand, so that all these girls get sick and die and get sterile and whatever in this Indian village. They're now suing, by the way. That was a big deal. They're suing Bill Gates, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. But, India was kind of brought into the fold by Bill Gates as where American companies go and American pharmaceutical companies go, especially if they want to practice mad science. So now here we have a biotech company, BioQuark. This represents the first trial of its kind and another step toward the eventual reversal of death in our lifetime, says CEO of BioQuark Inc., Ira Pastor. The BioQuark team, which was granted permission from an institutional review board at the National Institute of Health in the U.S. and in India to begin clinical trials whenever they are ready, says that it plans to start recruiting patients for its so-called Reano project immediately. Now, one of the things that I mentioned yesterday is that these people are in a vegetative, brain-dead state. I mean, I don't know what happened to them. They haven't picked anybody yet, but most likely they had some sort of accident. Typically, I mean, anything could happen for you to go and slip out. You could have some sort of treatment and just never wake up. But typically, before you went into the coma, brain dead, vegetative state, I mean, beyond brain dead and beyond coma and vegetative, you're brain dead at this point. But before that happened, most people did not ink something called a living will that said what your instructions were if you ever found yourself in that state. Now, I don't know if they're targeting only people with living wills. It does not say in either story. But the fact of the matter is that these 20 people who they are now going to be trying to bring back from the brink of death, did they ink anything that said, hey, I want to be a guinea pig, and if I'm ever in a vegetative state, keep me on a ventilator for 10 years. Keep paying and soak my entire estate. Make sure that there's nothing left for my wife and kids because you've been paying for me to be on this ventilator all these years. And, if the technology happens to come about while I'm brain dead on these machines sucking my estate dry, please, please, inject my brain with brain stem cells and turn me into a Frankenstein project and see what happens when you try to reanimate me. I mean, I'm gonna probably guarantee you that not one of these 20 people that they're gonna put in this experiment inked anything like that. Or maybe though they had something in their will or on the back of their license sign saying that they want to donate their body to science. I would say that maybe that would give them carte blanche to do something as horrifying as this. But if this means donating your body to science, no thanks. Actually, we should look at that. There was a story I'm going to go there right now. There was a story I posted on my WTF page a couple days ago. I'm trying to think of what WTF. Trying to think of what publication it came out of. Hold on, we'll go there. But there was a story about that very thing, and it was pretty horrifying. They had a partially decomposed body on the front. I was at a medicaldaily.com. What does it mean to donate your body to science? I think we should maybe look at this one. And maybe we'll see if reanimation and brain death is one of the things that they allow. Oh, don't even. You know what, guys? Here's the thing. I am not quite sure how I'm going to continue when I don't have a machine now. Not at all. I have no machine, including my phone. I have no machine that none of my browsers work properly at all. If I click on anything, if I try to open anything, I open a page, I click on a link, it's open now because I had to kill the whole browser, and now the browser's not killing. So the whole show right now is dying in this browser. But if I try to click on anything, yeah, we got to close it. It's a plugin container. I think it's Flash, guys. It really seems to be Flash on every browser right now. But I click on anything, and it causes the browser to go into not responding mode. And I just tried to open that. Document, and it did it again. Hold on. I've had to rebuild the show already. That was time number 5 now this morning. It's getting very, 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 very difficult to even get an hour out, or to even feel motivated to get an hour out after you've had to do it 12 times before the show even started. I'm not sure what to even say or what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to take a baseball bat. I'm about ready to flush my phone down the toilet. All right. Here we go. All right. Well, we're going to try on this machine now. This machine, I don't have any show queued up. Let's see if we can even make this come up. Different browser. This one's an IE. It's like whack-a-mole. I got to say, I have way more important things to do in my day and with my time that is very taxed as it is than to fight with browsers for an hour and a half to be able to do a 1 hour show. I hate to say it, but it's almost getting to that point. I cannot cost justify the amount of time that it takes for me to put all this crap together and redo it 32 times when I have all this other stuff that is sitting there waiting and weighing on me because it is very important, and I am putting this show first. So I guess we'll see. But I don't have the money to buy another computer because everything else is screwed up. I've spent days on end troubleshooting. I mean, there's this other thing now that's happening where everything goes to 100%. 100%. We got 100% processor, yet nothing is open on the machine. I think I've been compromised, and I don't know by whom. I don't think it matters by whom. I've been compromised, and I can run any antivirus, and I can run all of the spywares and everything else. I got it all running on here, guys. It sees nothing, and I am just completely compromised, so that my day is a miserable piece of shit trying to do anything on the computer. All right, anyway, so what happens when you donate your body to science? Well, let's see what this... Talking about miserable pieces of shit. Let's see what the miserable piece of shit science establishment does with your body, like injecting it with brain balls while you're in a coma. You've heard the phrase probably when you were half watching some science show on PBS, but in truth, it is that you really don't know what it means to quote unquote donate your body to science. Ah, evil laughter. Yeah, the joke is on you. Don't sign it. Don't sign it. And don't ink that thing on the back of your freaking license either. I've been reading a couple disturbing things about how that gives them the right to harvest your organs before you're even dead. No, thank you. You suspect that your cadaver would be used in an anatomy class at some med school somewhere, but in fact, is your most intimate donation ending up easily in a science experiment? Hey, look, there we go. I hadn't read this whole thing. Or to be used by a surgeon test driving a new medical technology? Well, unfortunately, it's the one thing that nobody sees coming. Once you've offered your body to science, you have no say in where it goes. And another thing you possibly do not know is you need to meet some unexpected criteria for your gift to be accepted. Oh, who knew that? So they look donated bodies down the nose if they're not quite right. So let's begin. There is more than one way to skin a cat, it says, and this is strangely appropriate proverb would suggest there is more than one way to donate your body to science. And all of those ways, though, undoubtedly will start with a difficult conversation. And this is true whether you contact your nearest university or place a call to a professional society such as the International Institute for the Advancement of Medicine or the American Association of Tissue Banks. During the initial discussion, you will note that some people still refer to cadavers, but many professionals are now encouraged to use the more sensitive term of deceased donor. My infant son, and this is not me, this is the person writing the story. My infant son was a donor for research, and I think of him as a contributor to research and a hero, not a cadaver, says Sarah Gray, Director of Marketing and Public Affairs to the American Association of Tissue Banks. Yes, and my cat's leg was also donated to the research, and that's me talking. That was my Oliver back in the, let's see, I was out of college, so it must have been the 90s. When they found that bone cancer, he was the healthiest, most beautiful cat ever. Sleek black puma, healthy, rippling muscles. Not a year old. And his entire back leg somehow ended up being full of Swiss cheese. And it was bone cancer. And they had a really strong inkling at that time that it was the rabies vaccination that was causing that. The 3-year, not the 1 year, mind you. And it was the adjuvant, the aluminum adjuvant in the 3 years rabies vaccine. And by the way, that has been proven now, but back in the 90s, they were still researching it, that caused the cancer. And the doctor told me that that was the reason why they no longer gave the injections in the base of the neck like they used to. They now give them in the leg because if they cause the cancer, they could just chop the leg off. And, obviously if it was in the spine, it would be curtains for Fido. So, when they did the amputation surgery, which was probably one of the most, I would have to say probably up until that point, it was the most difficult decision I had to make in my adult life as to whether or not to have this leg amputated, this poor animal that had no idea what was happening. When they took his leg, they asked me to donate his leg to science to Cornell University where they were doing that research. And, not too long ago, I'd say maybe a year or so, we talked about this whole thing with vaccinations and cancer and some of my personal proof and stuff that I had been through on a individualized basis and that I researched myself and I talked to doctors because my animal had come down with it. And we had found there is a Wikipedia entry and there's all kinds of studies and research and proof now that those adjuvants do cause I'm trying to remember what the name of the cancer was. I don't know if I remember. I'll say it, but a carcinoma. No, sarcoma. It's a sarcoma that it causes in the bone. But it was horrific. It turned the bone into Swiss cheese, so it was like all rubbery, and that was 100% the adjuvant in the 3 years rabies vaccine. And they force rabies vaccines on all of us, just like they're trying to do to our children now with all these other. This meningitis bullshit is not happening in this household. This brand new mandatory vaccine in New York State. Fuck that shit. There aren't that many meningitis cases in New York State. There is more damage from the meningitis vaccine than there are cases in New York. And they're going to force that on our kids. And that Gardasil vaccine, there's more and more proof on a daily basis. We dug in deep to that. I think that was one of my probably most listened to shows, was when we dug into the insert on the first Gardasil and then on the new Gardasil 9 that was to replace the old Gardasil because, oh, what? Yeah, it didn't prevent cancer. It actually made all those poor guinea pig children who got injected with it more apt to get the more dangerous cancers. So here, let's take this new vaccine. And now they're finding out. And I had a big argument with the doctor over this one, my daughter's doctor. She told me that this could never possibly be. And I told her I had read a study out of England. She never saw it. So I sent it to her. And, not another peep out of her, but it was showing how it was making young girls sterile. And it was causing them to go into perimenopause at like 10 or 14. Okay? Don't get your kid that shot. How many of us lived all these years and didn't drop dead of cervical cancer? How many boys, they're trying to force that into the boys now too. How many boys have managed to go their entire lifetimes without getting, as the doctor said, I said, why on earth would boys be getting this? Oh, protects them from anal cancer. Yeah. So how many of us have managed to go an entire lifetime without cervical or anal cancer because we didn't get our Gardasil vaccine? We might all die. Oh, wait. Here, we need to get your child the mandatory chickenpox vaccine because how many of us have died from chickenpox? And how about that mumps, measles, mumps, rubella? Oh, wait. The CDC whistleblower comes out and says, well, we destroyed the documents that show the connection to autism. But how many of us have died from measles, mumps, and rubella? I'm not sure about rubella. I haven't dug really into that one. But measles and mumps, guess what? Measles, you got a sore throat and some stuff inside of your mouth, and maybe there were some ancillary infections back before we knew how to use antibiotics. But I hate to tell you, most people did not die from measles, nor did they die from the mumps. And there's an outbreak now of 200 children at Harvard, I think I saw. God forbid that means that we need to come out with now this new and improved measles, mumps, rubella vaccine. You want to know why they need to come out with a new improved measles, mumps, rubella vaccine? Not because, we just had a 200-person outbreak at Harvard and it must not be working. No, because the population is onto them. The whistleblowers blew the whistle, and all of a sudden, there are fingers pointing to a defective vaccine, which I would have to say that the majority of anything that's out there maybe isn't defective, but it absolutely is mad science gone mad, loaded with nanotech or whatever else. You don't know what's in there. And recombatant animal proteins, SV40, cancer viruses, who the hell knows what's in there? Tomorrow it's going to be little nanobots in your blood, if it isn't already. Or virus-like particles. Or Trojan horse viruses. We talked about that yesterday, too. Genetically modifying your children. But they don't have to replace this vaccine because, it's not effective anymore. They got to replace it because, whoops, they caught us. And now it's time for the new and improved guinea pig vaccine. But, guys, I caught mumps in college. The vaccine they gave us when we were kids wasn't fully effective, apparently. And there was some big outbreak in the 80s, the early 90s, I don't know. But I saw it hit Pennsylvania, and that was right about the time I got it. But I mean, again, fever, achy, stay in bed for a few days, eat some chicken soup. Most people don't die from that. So they try to convince us that this medical establishment knows all. We can bring the dead back. We're gods now, right? This is this whole godlike society. Donate your body to science because you will be providing us with tools to make it better for your children. And the sad fact of the matter is that what they are doing is not making it better for our children. They're finding out better ways to poison us and better ways to do mad science. This isn't about science. This is about Herbert West. This is about Reanimator. This is about living forever. This is what the new rush is. This tech titans investing in longevity projects. And it's not about making you or me or Nana or Fido live forever. It is about using you and me and Nana and Fido as the guinea pigs to figure out how to make, not us in particular, but any human or animal live forever. So then we can monetize it. Because, see, we don't have the money to pay for the technology. We don't have the money. We're just going to be the free R&D. All right, so anyway. It was a little bit of a tangent, but going back to donating my cat's leg to science and vaccines causing, rabies vaccines in particular, causing cancer. Let's get back to donating your body to science. So no matter where you turn, you will be expected to answer a series of health-related questions to see if you qualify for donating your body to science. And unfortunately, many people do not make it past this point. Like, how offended would you be? You wrestled with this in your mind and back and forth and felt like you were going to do something to help save the planet. You were going to give the ultimate gift, your body, when you die, to science. And these assholes say, sorry, Charlie. You know what? You can go on the chuck it pile. On the fertilizer pile. Actually, there is a pit. I posted this story a while back on this page. There's a pit at one of the universities, I think it's down in Texas, where it's a forensics school. And if you can even imagine, that's what they do. They chuck dead bodies out in this yard, and I'm assuming that it's probably a large yard, and there's animals and trees and sun. And they chuck the bodies out there, and they let them decompose out in the open. All freewheeling, decomposing out in the open. And then they go use the bodies to learn about forensics. They take, like, budding forensic scientists out there to go practice on the decomposing bodies in the hot sun. So maybe that's what happens to you if science turns you down. It's just, again, let's go back to the question we brought up like weeks ago. What on earth is the value of life anymore? Because there isn't. Do you see, like, when we're chucking cadavers out into a pit in the backyard of a university to let them rot in the sun and let vultures come down and pick out the eyeballs as tasty morsels, where is the value of life anymore? I mean, and I don't care if you donated your body to science thinking that you're doing good for somebody. Nobody deserves. And I don't think there's anyone in their right mind that would sign up to be chucked out in a decomposition pit for science. I mean, maybe, but I don't know too many. Anyway, everybody who calls up who wants to be a donor, they said we're probably only going to take 30% of those people, says Michael Pierre, lab manager of BioGift Anatomical, a whole body donation company located in Portland, Oregon. At BioGift,
Hello, and welcome to the Road Less Traveled. Gary L. and Gigi's Boo here. Hope everyone's doing fine. Hello, Gigi's Boo. How are you?
Hi, how's everybody?
Yeah. So what have you been up to tonight?
Well, doing a little research on the show most all day, and talking to my little niece, keeping our dog out of trouble. And that's about it. What have you been up to?
Oh, not much. Just doing about the same thing. So, anyhow, hope everyone's well out there. Happy to see folks in the chat room at reallibertymedia.com. Hello. Anybody listening who's not in the chat room can go to reallibertymedia, all one word, .com. And about halfway down the page, there's a IRC applet. You can just click enter or connect or whatever it says. Or you can put a name in. You can be all fancy and come in with a name if you like. Otherwise, the system will apply a name to you. And you can come in anyway. So you don't have to do any crazy things like pay a fee or put money in a toll booth or do any kind of fancy captchas. You can just come on in and say hello to everyone in the chat room, like Asmo and Beth and Cowboy Tech and Gremner and Moose Girl and Kate and Beetle and Charleston and Chloe and Graham Z. Hello. And I be Don C. and Java Doctor, Meister Brow, P. Bunyan, Rob Work Sock Puppet, Vin E. RLM Radio. Wow. And Vin's and Behind the Woodshed. Hello, Hal. Colfax, Gigi's Boo. And I be Don C. again. Yehovah, Wanatako, Kozu, and Trust no one.
Kate said, got it. You're now playing still says Hal, though.
I don't know. I don't have any control over that. So that's beyond my control. That has to do with certain metadata that I can't do anything with. Maybe, let me see. Click on settings. No, I don't have any. I can't do anything about that. Boo boo bear. Nope, that's out of my control. Sorry about that, though. Anyway, hello, Kate. Thanks for bringing that up. Gigi's Boo, what are we talking about tonight?
We're talking about the mountains and the foothills and the coast. Maybe some ghost stories, some of things that can't be explained. It's going to be a real good show, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you some experiences that I've had and some of my family's had, and it'll be really good.
Yeah, I have a few tales to tell, seeing as how we're both on the Appalachians, and we're comfortable talking about these things. And I don't know how many people know much detail about the Appalachian area. Some people call it Appalachian, and that became popular back in the 60s and 70s when the Ivy Leaguers decided to get involved with the Appalachia. And we despise that word, that pronunciation. It is so incorrect. And it's so pretentious. It's Appalachian. Sorry about your luck. Anyway, just my little commentary there on that crap. It's always...
Of course, they say we talk funny.
Of course we talk funny. We talk funny.
We're a lot like the people down in the bayou, the Cajuns. We have our own little dialect.
That's right.
And our own words that we use. Sometimes they can be really mind-blowing.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about the Appalachian accent or dialect is that it's consistent all the way down through the mountain chain into Georgia.
Even into Alabama.
Yeah, right. And I personally have been able to identify where people are from, like I've never met them before, except to listen to them talk. And I said, oh, I know where you're from. And they'd be, excuse me.
Just right up the road a piece.
Yeah. Of course, Appalachians are 1,500 miles long. It's it's quite a length of mountains. Sorry, I had to mute there a minute. Got a little cough trying to kick up. Gigi's Boo, you know that the Appalachians are 480 million years old.
Don't surprise me, because us Cherokee said we've been there for tens of thousands of years.
Yeah, the Appalachians were first formed about 480 million years ago during the Ordovician period. And at one time, they reached elevations similar to those of the Alps and the Rocky Mountains before the natural occurring erosion, brought them to today's maiden ants, as some people call them. Yeah, Appalachia has been around for a long time. People apparently have been there for a long time.
Right.
And no wonder it's so rich with stories, and a lot of those have been imported from Ireland and Scotland, along with the people who came there.
Some Germans, too. Some Germans settle there.
Well, of course. The German part of my family settled in the German New River Valley settlement. Doesn't get much more German than that. In fact, they exclusively spoke German in the churches there up until about the turn of the century. So it was a very impacted area. And then you had the local residents who'd been there for a long time in the form of the Cherokee, mainly. And then you had the Catawba further down, right?
That's right. Catawba was on down near the river, maybe in what they call the Piedmont, and then the Lumbee were over near the coast.
Mm-hmm. And on the Virginia side, they had the Powhatan Confederation also. Mm-hmm. So those folks been around here for a very long time, just like the mountains. And so it's not, like I said, it's not surprising we have so many stories. And I think you have one you'd like to start out with, don't you, Gigi's Boo?
I thought you were going to start out on some little...
Oh, yeah. Let's do that first.
Okay. Then we'll go to my story that my sister...
Yeah. And some of the Appalachian folk beliefs. These are kind of cool. And like I said, such a history, and it's always been full of superstitions and different things like that. And some actually seem kind of silly, but others are based on real observation. So, for example, let's run down a few here. One cure for the hiccups is to tickle your nose with a feather. You ever heard of that, Gigi's Boo?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Eating parched corn or parched coffee will cure stomach ailments.
That's true.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's true. That works.
Yeah. To stop bleeding from a wound, apply chimney soot.
Yep.
Which is straight carbon. That would make sense.
Yep.
Let's see.
And you wrap your finger in a spider web because it helps it mend with the soot. Yeah.
That's right. If you dream about crossing water, there will be an illness in the family. Interesting.
Never heard that one.
Mm-mm. Hey, Cowboy Tech, nice to see you in the chat room. Thanks for coming aboard. I think a lot of us have heard this one. If your hand itches, it means someone will give you a present soon.
Mm-hmm. Money.
Yeah. Now, a couple of things that we know do work here. For a snake bite, cut up the snake that bit you and press its flesh to the wound. This will draw out the poison. Actually, I think Cherokee have a slightly different approach to that, don't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Cherokee, if you have a snake bite, you kill some type of bird or fowl and just gut it. And when you do, you put it right over on the bite, and the heat of the bird's body, along with the blood, will draw the poison out.
Mm-hmm. And raw wet tobacco will draw the venom of an insect sting.
That's true.
And that's true. I've seen that done. It works. All right. Of course, everyone, not everyone, I guess, but I think a lot of people eat black-eyed peas on New Year's Day, don't they?
Oh, Lord, yeah, along with some greens of some kind.
Yeah, and folks out there in the chat room, you guys eat black-eyed peas on New Year's Day? Or is that something that we just assumed?
I think that's kind of predominant to the South, I think.
Okay.
Think up north eat sauerkraut and something else.
Okay. Here's one that Hal will appreciate. If a cricket chirps in your fireplace, you will have good luck.
That's true.
Okay. It's bad luck to put shoes back in the box before wearing them.
Never heard that.
I never heard that either. It's bad luck to sneeze at the table.
Never heard that.
Mm-mm.
But that makes sense. If you sneeze, you're going to throw germs everywhere.
That's true. If a black cat crosses your path, it's bad luck. Unless the cat crosses from right to left.
I've heard that one, but never the right to left.
Yeah,
just any time it crosses in front of you.
I was always told that you cross it out. The sign of the cross across the...
Yeah.
That's what I was always told. It's bad luck to run backwards. Well, no kidding, Herkimer. You'll trip and bust your head.
How do you run backwards?
I don't know. Okay. Now, let's talk about love. Mr. Boombastic.
Oh, Lord.
Break a coin under the new moon and sow half of it in the clothes of the person you're after, and the person will fall in love with you. Now, I want to know exactly how you break a coin.
Well, back then, the coins, maybe when that was put out, the coin was softer metal, you think?
If it was silver, I guess you could work it till you broke it. Yeah, I guess so. Uh-oh. If your lover is going to cheat on you, sprinkle salt in the path, and the lover will turn around and come back.
Never heard that.
Nah, I never heard that either. Hello, Rome's. Rome's just jumped in the chat room. Yeah. Let me see. Are we updated yet? Oops. Hang on. Let me get myself situated here. Nope, not yet. Oh, well. I don't have the ability to change that, unfortunately. I used to, but that was on a different computer, and KVIRC apparently doesn't give me that level of access. Let's see. If you look in a mirror held over a spring, you will see the face of the person you will marry. How interesting.
That's very Appalachian.
Yeah.
My grandmother said that all the time.
Yeah.
Or look, hold it over the whale. If you have a whale and you can hold it,
Right.
Hold it at an angle and, up, and then you can see it. So, I always heard that.
Okay. Strike a match and hold it upside down. If it burns to the end, it means your mate loves you truly.
Yeah, but you're going to have burned fingers.
I was just going to say, you have to be pretty faithful to hold on to that match. Okay, here's a good one. Hey, Darth. Name a fishing hook after the person you love. If you catch a fish with a hook, it means the love is true.
Never heard that one.
I didn't either. Okay. If a girl takes the last piece of bread from a plate, she will be an old maid.
Never heard that one either.
Neither. Sunshine on your wedding day means a happy marriage.
Well, I never heard it, but that makes sense. You're starting off with brightness.
I don't know. I can personally say that's not true. for anyone who knows that. Okay. If your lips itch, it means you want to be kissed. Ask Atticus. Atticus, see if his lips are itching. Mr. Boombastic.
That's Mr. Lover for
Mr.
you.
Lover. Spirits. Ooh, let's talk about real quickly here. Spirits. A horseshoe hung over the door keeps witches and evil spirits away. A lot of people just do that for good luck, but apparently in the Appalachians it's a little more specific. To keep away ghosts, put salt on the fire, or carry the left hind foot of a graveyard rabbit.
Poor little rabbit.
I assume a graveyard rabbit is one that you've killed in the cemetery, right?
Yeah, have to be.
And if you want to carry a snakeskin bag with a toad's eye inside, it will ward off ghosts. Wow. I haven't heard any of those. Although, as we were talking pre-show, people had a tendency to hang gourds on their front porch. Hang them from the overhang, on the front porch. And gourds you don't eat, so we assume that was some talisman of some sort. Mm-hmm. Okay, and how about the weather? A lot of these you've probably heard of. If your nose itches, it's a sign of rain. When roosters crow at night, expect rain the next day. You ever heard of that?
No.
Me neither. I've always
Rooster crowed at night around my family. He'd be in the pot the next day.
Well, nasty rooster.
Yeah.
I have heard that if a snapping turtle bites you, it won't let go until it hears thunder, or till the sun goes down. That's right.
Sun goes down.
Mm-hmm. Lots of nuts and berries means the winter will be severe. That makes sense.
That's true. That's true.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Anyway, that's some of the Appalachian folk beliefs that came from a variety of sources. And so, all right, Boo Boo Bear, I think you have a little story to share, or 2 or 3 or 4.
Here we're going to talk about an instant. We're first going to talk about a ghost that is, excuse me just a minute. I had to clear my throat, I'm sorry. A ghost that apparently shows up around Columbia, South Carolina, at the Buster Boyd Bridge. I don't even know if the Buster Boyd Bridge is still there anymore, but it was there at one time. And what happened was a girl was trying to get home because her mother was very ill and dying. And she ran off right at the beginning of the bridge. I don't think she went into the water. She was just killed by hitting some trees and things. And she never got home to her mother, and her mother passed away. And she's supposed to appear ever so often as a hitchhiker. And she's very lifelike looking, and a lot of people have picked her up. And they all end up with the same story. But the story I'm going to tell you really happened to my sister Renee's guy friend. He and his buddy were traveling. They were in service, and they were going back to the camp. And they went down through there, and they saw this girl hitchhiking. And they stopped and asked her if she needed a ride. And she said, yes, my car broke down, and I need to get to. And she gave them the address of her mother and daddy's home. And they said, well, get in, we'll take you, because it was late. It was like 2:00 in the morning. And they said, you don't need to be out at this time of night trying to get a ride or whatever. So she got in, and she conversed with them a little bit, but she was extremely polite but kind of quiet. And so they just turned around and left her alone, and asked her, one of them asked her, says, now, what's the address that you need to go? So they got it, and they wrote it down, and they told her to just take it easy, that they would get her there. And they crossed over the bridge and got probably 10 miles outside of Fort Jackson, and they turned around, and there was nobody in the car. Nobody. And these guys are not, they're not wussies. They don't scare easy, but they put the car on the side of the road. They looked down the floorboard. They looked there where the doors had not been open. They had not heard it. So they decided that they were going to go to this address, because they just could not, for the life of them, to understand why and what happened to this girl that she would have disappeared from the back seat of their car. They pulled up in front of the house, and one of the guys got out and went to the door and knocked, and the gentleman answered the door. It was in the middle of the night. He said, "Sir, I'm sorry to awaken you." He said, "I know why you're here. You picked up a young girl, and she was coming here, right?" And the guy looked at him and said, "Yes." And he said, "That was my daughter." And he said, "She was killed years ago, and she constantly tries to get here to see her mother, who is no longer living." Those guys were literally spooked to death. From then on, they went a different route. They would not go over that bridge. And they were really, really frightened about that. And we went down several times, trying to see if we could see it. But I think because we were hunting it, it never appeared to us. But it has appeared. In fact, they did a little segment around Halloween one time about it. And she's been sighted several times. I mean, she doesn't go long periods. It's like might be a year, and then they'll see her. Then somebody might see her 3 or 4 times that year. And it's just really very scary, very strange, just frightening. And that always made me think, oh my gosh, those poor guys were really kind of snookered into that, and they thought they were doing a good job, and they had picked up a ghost. And that's that story. And that's really true. I wish Renee was able to be on. She could tell you all about it. She has a little bit more info than I have,
Okay.
But that's what she told me.
Yeah, that's really weird, huh?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yep.
What about the ghost town of Goshen? What do you know about that?
Oh my gracious. Well, this happened many, many years ago, the first sighting, and it's on Buncombe Road, and it's in Newberry County, and it's not far from the area that we're in. And people go down all the time. And of course we went, and I don't usually go and look at anything like this Phantom Woman or this dog, but everybody had been talking about it, and it was the talk around here. And they call it's a big white dog, and they call it the ghost town of Goshen. Goshen is a community where this took place, and it's been witnessed by a lot of people. One story has it that the dog was with a peddler that peddled his wares, a tinker man is what they called him years ago. And he was falsely accused of murder, and he was hanged. And he was buried out at the Ebenezer Church, where this dog kind of roams back and forth. Now, I don't know if that's so or not. That's just one word. But I do know that the earliest sighting was in about 1855 when Mr. William Hardy sent a young slave to the home of a Dr. George Douglas to bring the doctor back to look at one of the sick men on his farm. And when the young man arrived at the doctor's house, he was terrified. He was terrified. He said, "I can't do this. I can't talk. I can't do anything." And he said, "I was riding on a mule coming to your house, and he heard an awful noise coming from behind him." And he said he saw the biggest, whitest dog he'd ever seen in his life. And he immediately spurred the mule on to hurry the animal. And he almost threw him off because he was going so fast. And the next time he looked, the dog was in front of him. And they said the dog just stared at him. And before he got to the doctor's yard, the dog veered off and went into the woods. And so the doctor told him, he said, I just think maybe you are mistaken. And he said, "Sir, please don't send me back. Let me stay with you until my master, I can't come back." So he did. then years later, another doctor saw the animal. He said he was not able to give a rational answer for what he saw. He said even his own dog, who would walk beside him and go with him, he said until they got to that Ebenezer cemetery. And the dog would start whining and disappear into the woods until the doctor passed it, where the dog's territory, the Goshen dog's territory was. And then he would come back and rejoin him. And there was another man in 1936 that kind of came face to face with him. And when he did, he ran all the way home and screamed. And he said that he said the dog made it to the door, but it did turn and it went back in the woods. And then another woman in 1970 was supposed to have had an encounter with this dog in her yard. And it grew and leaped at her. And the woman fainted, and when she woke up, the dog was nowhere to be found. Found, I didn't mean to say sound. So it's been seen. Well, we heard it, and God bless my mama, she's not scared of nothing. And she said, we're going to go see. And so the road that we went on, she found it. She found the church. That's a lonely stretch of road, I kid you not. Lonely stretch. Very few houses, even to this day. And when I tell you it's dark, it's pitch black. And it scared me senseless. I didn't get to see it, but I wanted to say that I had been down there. And my crazy mama rolled down the window and she said, come on, I got some kibbles and bits. And she was laughing at us. Whether this is true or not, I do not know. I never have seen it. But we stopped and talked to a black gentleman that was getting ready to go down the road that was parallel to Buncombe Road. And we asked him about it, and he said, well, miss, he said, that spook's been here for a long time. And he said, that's what it is. It's a spook. And he said, a lot of people says it's a mad dog, but, it don't seem like it's mad to me. He said, the one time that some of my people saw it, it was just kind of bouncing along with them. And we call it the happy dog. So it has two names, the Hound of Goshen and then the happy dog. And most people that you talk to in that area now call it the happy dog. Now, has it become better with its personality through all of its years of haunting? Who knows? Or is it how people perceive it? Don't know. Is it a myth or is it real? I don't know. But I did try to see it, and I couldn't see it, but a lot of people have. And it's a great mystery down there, too. That one is. Yeah, very much so.
That's creepy, Boo Boo Bear.
Who you telling? I was sitting up there with my mom.
That's creepy stuff. Have you ever heard of the story about the saluting ghost of Fort Sumter, South Carolina?
Yes, I have.
I think I'll share that one. Of course, all you guys out there know Fort Sumter is located in Charleston Harbor. And that was where essentially the first act of aggression occurred in the Civil War. But of course, like many things, there are ghosts surrounding Fort Sumter. But this one story doesn't come from the battle itself, but rather from the act of surrender. Union Army Major Robert Anderson was in charge of the fort when Confederate Brigadier General P.G.T. Beauregard sent 3 aides to the fort to demand its surrender. Major Anderson, without either the supplies nor the authority to properly defend the fort, stalled as long as he could. But the tactic was futile. At 4:30 a.m. on Friday, April 12, 1861, the Confederate Army opened fire on the fort. 34 hours, shells rained down on Fort Sumter. The Union soldiers did what they could to fight back, but it was of no use. On Saturday, April 13th, Fort Sumter was surrendered to the Confederates. Surprisingly, no Union soldiers were killed in the battle, and only one Confederate lost his life due to a cannon misfire. Upon surrender, Major Anderson was allowed one final command of his troops. He ordered a 100-gun salute to the Union flag before it was replaced by a Confederate flag. On the 47th shot, a gun misfired and killed Union soldier Daniel Howe. He was buried at the fort later, just before the last of the Union troops were transferred off the island and headed for New York. Since that day, people have reported seeing the ghost of a Union soldier at the fort. Others have reported seeing smoke and smelling gunpowder as if a shot had just went off. Possibly the strangest thing is what happened to the Fort Sumter flag. The flag that Daniel Howe was saluting when he was killed. Shortly after the battle, the flag developed a faded area just to the right of the center star. It is said that the area shows a man's face with a Union cap, and the features of the man strongly resemble that of Daniel Howe. The flag can still be seen at the Fort Sumter Museum. Whether it shows the visage of a long-dead Union soldier is something that you have to decide. What do you think about that story, Boo Boo Bear?
Oh, I think it's him.
Yeah.
I do. I think it's him.
Yep. How interesting. Okay. Let's see now. Yeah,
let's talk about the Gray Man.
The Gray Man. Go ahead.
Okay. We touched on this a couple of weeks ago. But the Gray Man, they say that it originated on Ponies Island in South Carolina. Now, not for sure about that because he's been seen at Myrtle Beach. He's been seen off of Hatteras. He's been seen everywhere. But he's walked the coastline for over 200 years. And his presence usually means impending danger for the people that are along the coastline. And he's responsible for saving a lot of lives when he wasn't able to save his own. And it's always been told that if you see the Gray Man and a storm comes, nothing will happen to your home. And this is a story of a young woman in about 1822. She was staying on the island with her family when she received word that her fiancé was going to join her on the island after going to see his family. Of course, like any young woman in love, she was very, very delighted. And she had the servants prepare all of his dishes and decorate the house in anticipation for his arrival. When the time came for him to arrive, no one showed up. She waited for hours to be visited, and one of her fiancé's servants came with the tragic news. It appears as they were traveling down the road, her fiancé was in great spirits and challenged his servant to race on their horses, and they raced down the strand. And when he saw a shortcut through the marsh, he decided to take it. Fate stepped in. His horse stumbled, throwing the rider off. When he tried to stand, he found he was sinking in quicksand. And despite his best efforts and his companions, he was unable to free himself, and he sunk beneath the sand. Now, the news drove this girl mad, and she walked hours on Ponies Island. And then one afternoon, she's kind of out walking, and she saw a man looking out over the water. And as she got closer to him, she thought to herself, she said, he looks familiar to me. That is the man that I love. And so when she got a few feet from the man, she realized that it was. And suddenly a wave burst from the sea, enveloped him, and he was gone. She told her family what she'd seen. Of course, they thought that she was losing her mind. But that night, she had a terrible dream of being in a small boat in the ocean, tossed around like a ball. And the wreckage was all around her. And she could see her lover standing on the dune, trying to wave to her. And she was trying to wave to him. When she woke up, she was terrified, so her father took her and the rest of the family to Charleston to see a doctor. And this was real fortunate because within hours of their leaving, a hurricane struck the coast. When it was almost over, all the inhabitants of the North Inlet had died. Realizing that her love had returned to save her, she returned to her normal self. Now, people still claim they see the gray man. And in 1954, a grandmother on vacation with her family saw a man dressed completely in gray fade to a blur before fading away. The next day, tornadoes ripped through the area. One person has tried to chase the gray man, only to have him disappear in front of her eyes. This is a big legend in South Carolina that the gray man does appear, and it's on the news every time we have a hurricane that makes landing in Charleston or any part of the coast of South Carolina. People will come forward and say, I saw the gray man. And the people that saw the gray man, their houses were spared. So there is something to this. Not sure what it is, but there is something to it. I find the gray man very, very fascinating.
And what a similar story to the Mothman.
Right.
It's a very, very similar thing. How interesting. Okay, Gigi's Booze, but 22 minutes before the hour, we have our main event to go, right?
Right.
How many people have heard of the Brown Mountain Lights? You familiar with those? Gigi's Boo, tell us, where's Brown Mountain?
Brown Mountain is in a beautiful place. Very, very beautiful. It's in Burke County. That's over in the western part of, well, not exactly western part, but to the edge of the western part of North Carolina. And it's a mountain range on the South Mountains that come down even into the Piedmont, the lower ridge of the mountains. And they usually say that when conditions are right, you can see the mysterious glowing orbs that can be seen to rise up the mountains and hover and wobble about 15 feet in the air and then disappear. Now, these lights are real because I've been there. First time I saw them, I was a child, and I was with my grandfather. And I thought it was just absolutely beautiful what I was seeing. We've got a couple of YouTube videos we're going to drop in the chat room after we get through talking about this, so you can actually see them. These lights have been around since the early days. We're talking about even before the covered wagons come through. It was talked around the campfires of my people. And the legend has it that the Cherokees and the Catawba had a great battle on the mountain. And they were just devastated. Both tribes were devastated. And legend has it that the Cherokee women, their spirits are the ones with torches, and they're roaming the mountains to find their beloved husbands, sons, fathers, whatever. All I can tell you is they have tried to explain it. Early in the 1900s, they tried to say it was the locomotive light that was coming from a train, the reflection. But they had a great flood, and the train was washed out, and the lights continued. Then they tried to bring up that it was gases that were escaping, and igniting with the air that was causing the bowls of light. But Gary and I have talked about this a lot. When you see these videos, especially on the second video, you will see it, and it actually looks like it's burning. And I was brought back to when Moses climbed Mount Sinai, and he said that God appeared, he saw the burning bush, but it was not being consumed. That's the way these lights look. They don't look like they're consuming anything, and they're not. They're not consuming anything.
Right, and as we'll hear, and I actually have a recording that's from a National Geographic survey of Brown Mountain. But before we do that, tell us a little bit about the geography there. What kind of geography are you looking at?
What I was going to say is Brown Mountain is a very mysterious mountain, and I almost want to say it's foreboding. And what I mean by that, it's a very dangerous place. I've been all over it with my grandfather. Would never, ever go on that mountain in the dark for this reason. You might be walking in a forest, beautiful trees, walking, and you don't pay any attention. The next step you make will be nothing but a sheer cliff, and you can fall 200, 250 feet with no warning. It's just mysterious in that nature. There's been people who have said that they would be in the forest up there and they would hear things, and they would look around. There was nothing there. Maybe somebody called to them, or one man swore that he was turning around and he started falling, and he knew it was falling, and he was on a four-wheeler, and it was just tumbling over like a somersault, and never one time did that four-wheeler crush his chest. It was like something held it up. You do know it's a magical place. It's full of mystery, magical, mystical. It's a beautiful place. I saw the lights when I was little, and I've seen them since then many times, and I'm always in awe when I see them. But I remember one time when I was about 16, I was up there with my granddad, and like I said, we were standing there, and all of a sudden he said, there's the light. And if you're close enough to them, sometimes they appear luminous. You can see through them, but they're there. And the thing started rolling, and it was coming right at me, and all I could say was, holy shit. And I jumped and got behind my granddaddy, and he said, there's no need for you to fear those things, honey. He said, that's just your ancestors. Don't worry about it. And you see them. Now, Gary and I talked about this too. One thing that I saw that made me think, well, let me back up a little bit. Like I said, there's been so many people that have come and tried to explain these. There's no explanation. They first thought, like I said, the gases. Then they thought it was the rock formation, the crystal, the quartz rocks, and the movement of the earth that might be sparking flames.
A piezoelectric effect. Go ahead.
Yeah. And that they proved that wasn't so. The next thing that I kind of believe, outside of course, I'm going to believe what the Cherokees believe first, is could it be a place for UFOs? Because if you're standing on one lookout, there's several places off of the road that you can stand and watch these things dance all over the mountain. If you know the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, when they were all watching these ships come in, and all these little bitty tiny ships were flying around meeting the mothership, they're tiny, and they sort of look like that. So that could be one explanation of what is taking place. Maybe it is a UFO.
Yeah. Well, let's run this National Geographic clip.
Okay.
And listen closely as they try to explain what it is that they're seeing.
Station 1 is located on the left-hand side of the Brown Mountain Overlook. Here they'll collect readings from the Geiger counter and the EMF detector. Station 2 is the central location. This station will focus on using night vision to spot the lights. Station 3 is to the right of the overlook and will allow the team to see the lights from another angle. These 3 stations will give the team a wide view of the gorge where witnesses usually spot the lights.
The conditions are getting right. All right, let's do it.
If the lights appear, the team is ready. But they aren't the only ones looking for answers. But Joshua Warren and his team on Brown Mountain believe the phenomena is much more mysterious. 2 hours into their search, their equipment suddenly goes haywire.
Wow, and I'll tell you what, now this is weird.
The EMF meter spikes,
I've never seen anything higher than 50 on that.
marking a sudden fluctuation in the mountain's magnetic field. Then Station 2 radios in a sighting.
Joshua, come in, over.
This is Station 1 to Station 2.
Hey, Joshua, we are experiencing an anomaly down in the gorge.
Here on my camera, it's right here. You see that? Right above my fingertip. If it's a fire, you would see smoke through the night vision.
Station 3 can still observe an anomaly to our immediate right.
Warren arrives to see for himself.
Okay, I do. Let me point this out for Josh. Right here, Josh?
They use a laser pointer to point out the anomaly.
I got it. Okay.
Zeroing in on the light, the investigation intensifies. The mystery light activity on Brown Mountain starts to pick up.
Let's hit it with a thermal camera and see if we ought to be able to figure out if that's a campfire. All right, I got it. It doesn't seem to be showing up on the thermal camera. I would expect a fire to, unless it's just out of range.
The team uses a long-range temperature gauge to see if they can rule out fire as the cause.
Baseline 59, 60. It's actually colder. It is definitely colder than the surrounding area.
And then a dancing ball of light appears in the distance.
Wow, you ever see anything like that, Josh?
I'm not sure what the heck that was.
What is that? And Josh, it's showing up on night vision blue.
Maybe this is a reflection of some kind. What the hell was that? Station 1, over.
Roger, over.
Okay, just a moment ago, Dean saw and was able to videotape a rather distinct bluish, luminous form, and we're trying to see if we can rule out any lasers or other lights. Were you shining any lasers or lights at that station, over?
No, we've got a his green laser, and no, we want.
You know what? It looked like it almost manifested again. Oh!
It's right here, right here.
Suddenly, another light appears in the gorge. It's bright enough to cast light on the trees below, before taking off into the distance.
It shouldn't be blue on night vision.
They can't believe their eyes.
Was there a light being shined that we didn't know about? Because if that wasn't a reflection, I'm not sure what the heck that was.
Well. What do you think about that? Yeah, the Brown Mountain is an amazingly mysterious, and like I said earlier, I mean, we're talking how many millions of years of the Appalachia? How many? It's been there for a very long time, Gigi's Boo.
Mm-hmm. And you know, there's places that scare people. That you have this eerie feeling, even with the lights that's happened all these years and the many times that I've been there. I know where the dangerous part is, like the water. I've got really fast-moving waters up there. I've never been afraid up there. Mm-hmm. The only time I was afraid when I said, holy shit, with Granddaddy when the thing was coming at us. But I don't fear it. That's one place that I can go and it doesn't bother me. I feel at home.
Mm-hmm.
That's that people will say, that's the strangest thing that I've ever heard anybody say about something of the paranormal going on or something unexplainable going on, and you feel at home.
Right.
But I feel at home there. I feel very comfortable.
Yeah, and unlike other places that aren't too far away.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, see, I don't think you mentioned this. The tribe has never put Brown Mountain off limits for safety reasons.
No.
Unlike this other place.
Chimney Rock.
Chimney Rock,
and the bottomless pools up there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm literally frightened to death of there. And they, for years, our warriors would bypass Hickory Nut Gorge, Bat Cave, Chimney Rock, Lake Lure, which wasn't Lake Lure back then, but the bottomless pools were there. And they would take another route to go down into the Piedmont where they grew the tobacco.
Mm-hmm.
And because the holy men told them to not go to that place because the spirit said not to go. And it's where the bottomless pools, we can send them that link to see that too. I won't even look at it. I went up there one time and I didn't think I was going to get back down. I was petrified. But that's where they say the underworld meets the upper world, and we're to stay away from it. But Brown Mountain, no, never.
Yeah. We have just a couple of minutes. Can you talk a little bit about the underworld for the people out there?
Well, the underworld is just what it says. You know, it's the world that's under us. That we even know that there's things there that we don't mess with, and they're very real, and they're dangerous. And we're to only look for the good. We're to stay away from the bad. And the underworld is full of what people now would call demons. We called them. We've got one story of the big leeches. They would grab you and take you in the hall. I don't know. It's just that's all I'm going to talk about. I don't.
Okay. I know that's a
little upsetting area for me.
That's kind of a touchy topic. There's bottomless pits now. People have drowned in there, and recently.
Yes.
And such a
mysteriously, children would be standing beside their parents, two children, and the parents would turn around, the children wouldn't be there.
Right.
And they would have to send divers in, and the divers, even in that area, don't even want to go down, and they would find the children swirling around and around and about 50 or 60 feet. These are holes, guys. These are not, it's a creek, and there's holes. I'll get Gary to, while he talks, I'll see if I can find that.
Oh, wait a minute. Keep talking. I'll pull up
okay.
Chimney Rock, bottomless pits. Let me mute while I'm doing this. That way I'm not making...
It's really scary, and our holy men told us to stay away, and that's what we do. We stay away. We don't go there. But they've never had anything done anything, with Brown Mountain. It's always been a place of beauty, but all the mountains are beautiful, I think, and it's wonderful to me to go up there. So anyway, that's it. I think that we all have some stories, and Gary just put the link in for the bottomless pools. You can see it, but
yeah, and I have one more I'll stick in. See, from the shoreline, or from the bank, I guess I should say, they don't look like any big deal.
Oh, they're hundreds of feet deep.
They don't look like any big deal, but they go
you go ahead and do that and just keep talking, because you've missed the one that I wanted you to send.
Yes, I have.
Hang on a minute, and I'm going to look for it, and then I'll drop it.
Okay, go ahead and find it. Yeah, but you can see, I mean, this is limestone, and remember we talked about 480 million years old. So that's a long time for water to erode. And so many caverns, and I could tell stories about that too, but we have like no time left.
Yeah, we do. Wait just a minute. I found it. Hold on.
Okay, go
Just
ahead.
a second, and I'm going to drop it in. Please watch this video, and you will see. Okay, there you go.
There you go. Okay, just want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. We have a little different outro. We'll go leave with a song. And some of y'all kind of like this kind of music. We do. It's Appalachian music. And it's relative to the topic. So anyway, thanks for joining us tonight. Thanks to Grimneer, RealLibertyMedia.com. Thanks for having us. And hello to Suspect Sky, who joined us. Thanks, Adrian, for coming by.
Be sure that you watch the whole video. It's going to show you just some stills, then it'll take you to the actual holes live. You'll see it move.
Okay. Got anything else to say, Boo-Boo, before we roll out?
Love y'all big to my heart.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay, you kind of faded out there, Boo-Boo. I don't know what happened. Anyway, we'll catch up with you next time on The Road Less Traveled. See ya. Bye-bye.
Way out on old Linville Mountain, where the bear and the catamount range, there a strange ghostly light can be seen every night, which no scientist or hunter can explain. In the mountains of North Carolina near Linville, there exists a strange phenomenon called the Brown Mountain Lights. On a clear night, these lights will appear and move about in a ghost-like manner on the mountaintop and down in the valley. These lights have been observed since the early days of the covered wagon, and to this day, no one can explain their mystery. Even scientists who come from various parts of the world can offer no solution. Uncle Fate Wiseman, who spent his entire 80 years in these mountains, used to tell this story, which to me could be as true as any other tale ever told, about the legend of the Brown Mountain Lights. In the days of the old covered wagon, when they camped on the flat for the night, with the stars growing dim on the old high gorge rim, they'd watch for that Brown Mountain Light. High on the mountain, then down in the canyon below, it shines like the crown of an angel, and fades as the mist comes and goes. Way over yonder, night after night until dawn.
You tired of fake news? Then tune into truth. You want it raw? Give it to you uncooked. Real Liberty Media 24/7. Hal Anthony, Vince Easley, Art of Craig S. Jeff Matox bringing facts. Uncle Bonehead with the mic on blast. Art of Craig S. painting truth with style. Voices like fire, burning through denial. They cancel, we amplify. They censor, we testify.
Break the chains, free your mind. On Real Liberty Media, truth you'll find. Media, truth you'll find.
Real Liberty.
Yeah, we're going to do it all right. Here we go. Oh, looks like that could be... Welcome, you guys. Happy New Year. Welcome to 2022. for crying out loud. Hard to believe. Here we are, another year past. And, wow, what a crazy way to end the year. Yesterday I heard Betty White died. That was kind of a bummer, but, she was 99, and man, what a life she had. She even said, I watched one kind of interview with her, and she said, that she couldn't complain about anything about her life because it would be foolish. She's done pretty much everything that she wanted to do. I think she said, except for working with Robert Redford. I think that was one thing she wished she had done. But, yeah, I'll bet she wanted to hit that 100 too. Oh, and by the way, it was kind of funny. People magazine already had her on the cover. Betty White, lives to 100 or something, which I guess, the timing of those kind of things, you got to get, you got to get the information out there ahead of time, and, nobody really expects that person's going to die between the time you get the magazine ready and the time it reaches mailboxes. But yeah, that's true. She did actually reach her 100th year. Hey, this is what we're going to do today. I'm going to ramble on about the same crazy stuff that our world is involved in right now, although I think there's some kind of interesting stuff to talk about. But if anybody wants to hear some music, let's just put it in the chat. And if you make it a YouTube, it'd be much easier. That way I can just double click on it and pipe it out over to, pipe it over the air broadcast here. Otherwise, I'll just go on with my list of stuff. I have I wanted to kind of finish this story on the Great Barrington Declaration. Oh, yeah, let's do some personal stuff first. Might as well. Well, Vinny, I guess, is doing a little better. Anybody who doesn't know Vinny, you will eventually know Vinny. But he's doing better, getting ready to be transferred, so I think things are looking up for him, and that's good news. For me, holy cow, this cataract correction surgery, with all the snow I have right now, it is so flippin' bright. Whew. Can't wait till all this stuff melts and goes away. Or I have to just get used to wearing sunglasses. That's really the ticket. Because, man, so much more light is getting in these eyeballs right now. And what's kind of crazy is you don't really notice the gradual loss of the amount of light that's getting in your eyeballs until you have like cataracts grow so slowly that you really don't notice how much light is being blocked from reaching your retina until it's instantly gone. And once it's instantly gone, wow, it is blinding. And the other thing is, I think it makes me really tired, like to, kind of battle all this light coming in. Because I kind of been wanting a nap like every single day. Of course, that could be, just because I want a nap too. The wind and cold and snow, it's kind of conducive to just kicking it in the recliner for an hour and closing my eyes and not doing anything. Oh, and while I'm speaking of not doing anything, a couple of things I am doing. One is I started taking this Python class. I really like this website called Udemy, U-D-E-M-Y, Udemy. And they offer all kinds of courses, and they're usually pretty inexpensive. And if they're not inexpensive, if you go to that site and you find a course that you'd like to take, and it's like $80 or $100 or who cares what. I've seen all of them go for $12. So what you do if you create an account on there and you just add a course that you want to take to your wish list, you'll get a notification when that course goes on sale, and they all go on sale. Like, they all go on sale. And, man, you can learn all kinds of things. If you would like to learn about cryptocurrency, there's people on there. And I'm not saying they're experts. As a matter of fact, I'd say I've taken courses from people that were extremely good at teaching and passing on the knowledge they know. And I've taken some courses from, a couple that were like, yeah, it was kind of an intro course. In fact, I just took a course from there, and I was thinking the guy, he knew what he was doing, but he also kind of seemed like he didn't know what he was doing sometimes, but he showed you how to solve these problems, like go look for information and fix it, which was kind of interesting. So that was kind of a good learning experience too. But anyway, so I'm taking this Python course. Python, it's a computer language programming course on Udemy, and that's kind of fun. I haven't done any kind of structured coding for a long time. I had to stop and realize I was probably lying a little bit about that. But it's been fun, let's just say that. And it's kind of interesting because, I'm one of these guys. I'm 64. I'm one of these guys that always is learning. Kind of reminds me of that Glenn Ross movie, Always Be Closing. My mantra is always be learning. So it's like when I get like so much knowledge into one thing, I just have to find out what the next thing is. What's my next interest going to be, and how am I going to learn it? And of course, the motivation for this time was I want to figure out how to make an IRC bot. And I know that some of them are kind of automatic. You just plug them in and let them do their thing. But that's not the kind of guy I am. I want to know how to make it do what I want it to do. So, of course, I'm taking this course because Python's a good language. I'm using Linux 100% of the time now. And Python fits in really well with that. And apparently fits in with IRC really well, too. So that's what I'm doing personally. And then I started looking at, you guys know that I'm a sprout person. I love to encourage people to grow sprouts because they're delicious, they're nutritious, and it's easy. And today I started learning about microgreens, so I talked to my daughter about that too, because she's really into good foods and stuff that's healthy for you. She's the one who's always in these CrossFit competitions. I'm pretty sure she outlifts everybody at the gym where she trains. That's men and women, so that's kind of crazy. And I think I pay attention to her, like, kind of like her physical health to make sure she's not hurting herself. I mean, she's a grown adult. She's 30-something. And, she's had 4 kids, and she's in charge of her own health. But I kind of always watch to kind of give her any kind of information like, hey, maybe you ought to take it easy, because your back and your knees and your hips and all that stuff has to last you the rest of your life. And I think she's pretty good at kind of taking care of herself too. But anyway, so I ran that idea past her. They just came up to do some work around here today. And I ran that idea by her about microgreens, and she goes, that would be really good. Because like we have been doing this kind of food thing for some years now, but we started getting a lot more serious in the last, 8-10 years or something like that. I know, right? I know, too much studying. But, it's just the thing. Anyway, but my point is, like, here's another food that you can get your hands on pretty easily. and you can grow in a really small space and provide yourself with some nutrition. And the really cool thing is that even right now, when it is freezing cold, snowy, wintertime, not very much light outside, you can still grow sprouts and microgreens fairly hassle-free, it looks like. I can't say for microgreens because I haven't done it, but I'm obviously going to start doing it here in the next week or so whenever the stuff arrives so I can do it. But, I mean, you know, so many times I talk about, you know, growing your own food. And we get caught up on this idea that we need a huge amount of acreage to do that. And you really don't. Because if you can provide a little bit of food for yourself. Remember the apple tree and the applesauce I did a few months ago? I don't know how many gallons of applesauce we got off that 4-year-old tree, but it was a ton. And now that the leaves are all off of that tree, I see that there's probably about another half a gallon of applesauce on that tree. We're not going to harvest them now, but it was amazing how many apples that tree put out for its 4th year. Just 4 years. It's crazy. I know it's a long time to look at now. You know, look at these people in Colorado, the big Colorado fires that happened this week, and you know, it was wind like these windstorms or wind of 100 miles an hour plus driving this fire through, I think, Boulder and there's some other towns there. But just think, those people had no idea that they were going to be out of their house. Like, it's not like now where we can kind of see inflation is going to kill us in the next year, and that the money that you make is not going to go as far next year as it did last year. So the people in Colorado just went instantly from having their home and whatever stuff they had to having basically nothing. I mean, most of them probably. Some people probably had some alternative plans, some other places to live. I mean, there's always a few of those people who have multiple residences or a winter or summer cottage that they go to. But for the most part, you know, hey, surprise, your house just burned down, and now what are you going to do? You know, so when I talk about like surviving, it doesn't have to be on a huge scale that you make your own food. You know, a lot of times you do like you harvest or take advantage of whatever's in season by canning it or drying it or freezing it or whatever. But still, pretty much all of those methods are perishable. And yeah, some things can happen to your seeds for microgreens and sprouts also, but the nice thing is, I mean, it's not like a ton of equipment. Like, you could pretty much grab a handful of stuff, throw it in your car, and leave and start growing food, and in, you know, 4 to 10 days, you're going to have fresh greens, nutritious greens. I mean, you can't say that about tons of other food. Like, within a week, you can have some food that you're growing yourself. And yeah, maybe you'll want a ton more of it, right? But at least you could get something going. And that's why I'm such an advocate for sprouts and now microgreens. I can't wait to try it myself. But the point is, it doesn't take like a lot of money or a lot of stuff to do it. And it doesn't take a lot of time to get results. So, you know, yesterday your house could have burned down, and in a couple days you could have yourself a kit, and a week after that you could be growing some, you know, fresh greens. It's just a thought. I know it's sort of a fictitious scenario, sort of, But I'm telling you, you know, any of these little things that you can do to provide for yourself is going to help out in the long run. I know that, like, we just grow sprouts because we enjoy them. One of my favorite things is a egg salad sandwich with a load of a mixed sprout variety on it. And I mean, I put far more sprouts on that sandwich than I do egg salad. And I like just a tiny bit of radish in my sprout mix because it has a little bite like radish does, but it's just a radish sprout, so you can imagine it's a little more concentrated. And I really like that. I also like a tomato, cucumber, and sprout sandwich with a little salt and pepper on it. It's delicious. I do try and avoid bread like crazy, though, so I don't have those sandwiches much. But I'll just grab a handful of sprouts and throw them in my salad or put them on my plate with whatever else I'm eating and just have it like a salad or like a garnish, kind of. Wait, I don't think you eat garnish necessarily. Maybe you do. Me, I pretty much eat everything. So if it's on the plate, it's going to go in my mouth at some point, and you know, we'll see if I actually eat it or not. I really haven't ever met a food I didn't like. So there's some foods that are way at the bottom of the list, but mostly I'll eat basically anything. All right. So what else we got? We covered some fires. Oh, I know. I have a pet peeve, man. So, you know, I'm a fan. I'm a sports fan. I like college ball, basketball, football, hockey. I like NFL, NASCAR, baseball, basketball, you know, the Bucks, the Brewers, the Packers, and NASCAR in general. Love it all. But I'll tell you what really kind of irritates me. So, like, for years I've watched the bowl games, and I've watched, you know, like I watched the major bowl games and then some of the other bowl games, depending on who's in them. But I'm just a fan, so I just like watching them. And now, the way college sports is, you know, these guys end their regular season, and basically if they're not in the playoffs, a lot of those guys just move on. If they're seniors and they're not coming back, they're gone. If they are going to another team, they're gone. If they, I don't know, for a multitude of reasons, they will just leave. So I'm watching, I don't know, some game the other night. I thought, oh, this is probably going to be a good game. And as I'm watching the pre-show, they start talking about the 22 guys that are no longer on the team. And I'm thinking to myself, no, wait a minute. 22 guys, I mean, that's like half the flippin' team is now gone. So they've filled in with whoever, you know, whoever's up next. Yeah, 22. I know. It's a lot. It's like half the team. I think there's 50 guys on a roster, maybe 60. And like, so 1/3 to 1/2 of them are gone. You know, before a bowl game. Now, yeah, I get it. Bowl games don't mean anything unless they're the playoff games for the national championship. But still, you know, it's like, it'd be interesting to still be competitive. And it's really kind of hard to, you know, because bowl games are like bowl games are kind of like, well, they're like a month after the regular season, so it's not like the guys are all tuned up, ready to play, because they've been off for a month. I mean, sure, they've probably been practicing, but, and like I said, the bowl game really doesn't mean anything unless you're, you know, one of the 4 playoff teams, and then there's 1, 2, 3 bowl games that mean anything. So, yeah, it's kind of irritating. Hey, but while I'm on the subject, I might as well bring this up. I hate seeing, like, professional players, like, pretend like they don't understand the rules. Like if a guy is down on the ground and the football comes out, you don't pick it up and run with it. You can see he's clearly down, and you're just kind of showboating and wasting time. And, you know, the whistle's already blown and everything, so just stop and quit acting like, you know, or even if a pass is thrown to you but actually hits the ground and you try and make it look like, you know, you caught it. There's so many cameras and so many angles these days that you're not getting away with that one, so stop it. Just stop it. You're making like hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars a year to be a professional athlete. Just act like it. It's not entertaining at all. It doesn't do anything for the game, in my opinion, and it just looks stupid. All right. Maybe that's enough about sports. Let me think if I have any other gripes about sports this time of year. Because there's like a ton of sports going on right now, ones that I'm interested in. Of course, NFL is wrapping up. Basketball is kind of, really getting started. Hockey's going. Let's see, baseball. Well, the college football, of course, is going to end next weekend with the college championship. And NFL will end in, February, and then we roll into NASCAR and baseball shortly after that. So, yeah, there's a lot of sports going on right now. It's kind of a fun time. Keeps you entertained. Maybe keep you from thinking about all the crap that we're dealing with. Unfortunately, no, it doesn't. All right, I wanted to return to... Oh yeah, my last gripe is about my last gripe, right? Not my last gripe that I don't normally cover is this gosh darn COVID graphic that every time media or somebody is talking about COVID, they show that little cartoon of the little COVID ball. And that thing, it doesn't exist. It's just somebody's fictitious rendering of what COVID, air quotes, is. And it's so funny to tell people, yeah, that's not what COVID looks like at all. We don't even know what COVID looks like, but that's not it. So whatever that little fancy ball is, maybe it's supposedly a cell with COVID attached to it or whatever, stop using it. It's stupid. Let's see what order we're going to go in. So last week I talked about the Great Barrington Declaration. And I was talking about how Fauci and Collins, and by the way, in the future, I think I'm just spelling Fauci, F-A-U-X-C-I. I was going to nickname him Fauci, but actually if you just spell it with an X in there, I think that's perfect. Fauci, F-A-U-X-C-I. So, in all of your communications from now on, if you just do that for me, that'd be awesome. Anytime you write about Fauci, let's just put that X in there. It kind of makes it perfect. It fits him perfectly. Anyway, I was talking about the Great Barrington Declaration, and then actually at the time, I didn't really understand what it was. I mean, I kind of, in general, understood what it was. But I took a deeper look at it to see, and there was a couple reasons I did that. One is because Fauci and Collins referred to the people who kind of wrote and conspired, I don't know if that's the correct term, co-authored the Great Barrington Declaration as fringe epidemiologists. And I was saying at the time that these fringe epidemiologists were actually, they were actually epidemiologists who actually got hired on their merit versus Fauci, who has risen to the heights of glory in the federal government without, not the smartest, not the brightest bulb in the pack, but when you're in the federal government, you can Hey, you can rise to great levels. Just ask me. I had a great career, but I was certainly not the greatest dentist in the world, no doubt. But anyway, so Fauci called these guys fringe epidemiologists. So I went back to read the Great Barrington Declaration to see what it was all about, and then lo and behold, today those guys actually kind of came out with a response, and I hope to God I put that in here. Let's see. Oh yeah, I did. Good. Okay, so here's the deal. So last week I was talking about how in an email Collins told Fauci that this proposal from the 3 fringe epidemiologists seems to be getting a lot of attention, adding that there needs to be a quick and devastating published takedown of its premises. I don't see anything like that online yet. Is it underway? And then Fauci went out and found a bunch of editorials. Remember, I talked about this last week. So Fauci went out and got a bunch of commentary, editorials, basically what I'm doing right now. And he referred to those which supported his methods as a takedown of these actual epidemiologists who could point to actual figures, although they really didn't, but they had some figures going on at the time that indicated that there was some serious problems with lockdowns and mask wearing and the things that we were doing to society, and that these fringe epidemiologists thought that it was pretty serious. So the 3 fringe epidemiologists are these guys. Dr. Martin Kulldorff, at the time a professor of medicine at Harvard, and I mean, you can think what you want about institutions of higher learning and people who were there, but it was Harvard, okay? It's not like it was, University of Oregon or, whatever. It's Harvard. So this guy's obviously not a slouch. Dr. Sunetra Gupta, an epidemiologist at Oxford. I'm telling you, it's these are the fringe epidemiologists. But what's sad about it is because Fauci is like given some kind of, inherited power because he's in the federal government, that he is actually making fun of these guys from Oxford and Harvard. And who's the other guy from? Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, an epidemiologist at Stanford University Medical School. and Fauci's making fun of him. Oh my God. And the sad thing is, because mainstream media, at the time, do you remember, they were falling all over Fauci like he was Barack Obama or something. And I remember people saying that he should be Man of the Year, People Magazine Man of the Year, all this other crap, and Sexiest Man Alive, and just stupid stuff. And here these 3 guys from Oxford, Harvard, and Stanford are just slouches because Fauci says they are, and then actually doesn't even enter into some kind of scientific discussion with them. Doesn't even consider, hey, well, let's look at the data, the real data, and see what it says. No. He just picks up on some editorial commentary that other morons put out, probably guys from places like, Lewis and Clark here in Oregon, or, I don't know, some other goofy institutions of higher learning. And some of them were just magazines like Wired Magazine and I don't want to misspeak. Why not? Let me see what magazines that he quoted. Dang it. I'll get to them eventually. I'll come back to them. I know they're in here somewhere. Oh, they're in this article. That's why. Okay. Let's just see. Oh, that's a lot of dead air, wasn't it? Oh my goodness. Oh, I hate that. I should have made a little better notes. And yeah, you could actually hear my papers flipping too, couldn't you? That's okay. No big deal. The bottom line is some of the articles that Fauci pointed to as, his refutation of this Great Barrington Declaration, they were just from magazines. Just from magazines, They weren't from, published scientific studies. They weren't from a collection of statistics that anybody collected and then actually studied to see if there was more mental health issues, if there were fewer children getting other vaccinations, or if there was more or less health problems in the population, if people were losing their jobs, et cetera, et cetera. All this stuff that we've seen go on with this pandemic, nobody in those articles actually pointed to any facts or any studies. It was just their opinion. It was opinion. And so Fauci used opinion papers to refute these three fringe epidemiologists from Harvard, Oxford, and Stanford. Now, so what did those guys actually say? I thought this was interesting. Oh, this is fun. I was kind of on a roll. Hang on, I'm getting it. See, usually I have these articles like right in front of me on the big screen, and I can just click on the links and go right to the article. But no, I printed them up today because I don't know why, but I just did. Dang it. Okay. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. So I'm just going to read a couple comments that these guys talked about today in their response to Fauci and Collins. Now remember, like at the time when these guys wrote the Great Barrington Declaration, and they had 50,000 scientists and over 800,000 members of the public sign on to it with them. But even at the time that they wrote this, there was actually no vaccine available. When the Great Barrington Declaration was written was far before there was a vaccine available. So you would think that true scientists who were truly interested in the public's health, and I mean the public's health in general, that they would have considered some of these things, but they didn't. So here's what Kildorf and Bhattacharya had to say. The key scientific fact on which the Great Barrington Declaration was based, a more than 1,000-fold higher risk of death for old compared to the young, meant that better protection of the old would minimize COVID deaths. At the same time, opening schools and lifting lockdowns would reduce the collateral harm to the rest of the population. And remember, what we're seeing now is, number one, like IQ levels are way down. Suicide in young people is way up. And just kind of being able to socialize and, learn how to be human is going down. Anyway, these guys said the declaration received enormous support. Oh, I already read that part. Second, we wanted to spur a discussion among public health scientists about how to better protect the vulnerable, both those living in nursing homes, where about 40% of all COVID deaths have occurred, and those living in the community. We provided scientific proposals for focused protection in the Great Barrington Declaration and supporting documents to spur the discussion, though some in public health did engage civilly in productive discussions with us. In this aim, we had limited success, which is really crazy. Fauci's in charge of the National Institute of Health, which is one of the departments in the Public Health Service. Why wouldn't he be concerned with the overall health of the entire nation? Now remember, I talked about before that in Fauci's, 50 years, the actual health of the nation has declined significantly, with more than a 50% increase in chronic illnesses in our country, because Fauci has basically failed at his job. And for some reason we look at him as no, we don't. But a lot of people look at him as some kind of a saint. Lockdown harms have affected everyone, with an extra heavy burden on the chronically ill, on children for whom schools were closed, on the working class, especially those in densely populated inner cities, and on the global poor, with tens of millions suffering from malnutrition and starvation. For example, Fauci was a major advocate for school closures. These are now widely recognized as an enormous mistake that harmed children without affecting disease spread. In the coming years, we must work hard to reverse the damage caused by our misguided pandemic strategy. And you know what is really also kind of crazy about that? That might have escaped me already. Like right in mid-sentence. No. You know the reason why it says tens of millions suffering from malnutrition and starvation is because we've removed so much of the workforce that would actually harvest all these crops that, that first world countries grow and have excess of and provide to third world countries. So we basically cut off their food supply. And it was not that great before. It wasn't like, there was no starvation before this, and now we have just compounded that problem worldwide. Now, I'm sure Fauci doesn't care about the rest of the world. I mean, he doesn't care about the United States and the population of the United States being healthy, obviously, or he would have spent more time actually doing something about the chronic illnesses that have increased under his watch at the NIH in the last 50 years, but he doesn't. All he has cared about is making sure everybody gets this damn vax. And that's not been the answer. I mean, so last week I talked about, if you look at the curve of the rate of increase or the rate of new COVID cases, you can see that we've basically done nothing to this pandemic, and that people have continued to die. I mean, thankfully, finally, it looks like the Omicron variant, if it really truly is such a thing, is going to provide a lot of people with natural immunity, and it's not killing a lot of people, which is awesome. So that's good, and maybe that's going to be the road to the end of this whole thing. It's kind of funny, too. I was reading Rest in Peace, Pandemic of the Unvaccinated article, and that'll be in the show notes, too. And it was really funny because it pointed to a lot of the things that I'd been talking about the past few weeks about, like the NFL fully vaccinated teams, having 20-something players that were on the COVID list, the cruise ships, who now the CDC is saying don't take a cruise no matter what your vaccination status is because it's too easy to get COVID on a cruise ship because their vaccine is so damn good. Yeah, their vaccine is so good that you can't get on a cruise ship if you're fully vaccinated and boosted because the potential for you getting COVID is so high on a cruise ship. That's how good their damn vaccine is. It's crazy to me. And I've said for a few weeks now, I think the good news is people are waking up. Like every day, I think there's more and more people that are just like, hey, I want to know the truth about whatever is going on because I've obviously been lied to for the past now going on 2 years, and I want to know what the truth is, or I'm willing to listen to you conspiracy theorists over on Real Liberty Media and find out, if what you've been saying is true, or some of these people on the internet who've been saying it for years, basically. I was just trying to think of what I just saw. Oh, yeah. So after December 31st, 2021, the CDC will withdraw the emergency authorization of the PCR test for COVID-19 testing. The CDC finally admitted the test does not differentiate between the flu and COVID virus. This explains the disappearance of flu cases in the U.S. in 2020 and across, throughout the entire world. And it also inflated the COVID cases, as Dr. Fauci and the DC elites knew would happen. Now, so think about this. So every single thing that has been done since day one of this supposed COVID outbreak has been done based on a false narrative and based on false numbers. Every single thing that has been done by people has been done based on false numbers. I think a ton of us knew in the first few months, especially after the first 6 months or so when there were no flu cases, and it's like, hey, it's flu season. Flu didn't just disappear. Now, we've been saying this for over a year. The flu didn't disappear. Where did it go? Where did the numbers for the flu go? Well, now the CDC is admitting that, well, the test can't tell the difference, but the CDC needed those numbers to drive their agenda. They needed it to look even worse than it was. So, of course, just eliminate the possibility that flu was killing some people and make it all COVID deaths. So just think, every single person who has lost their life either to COVID or to overdoses of fentanyl and opioids, or to depression, or to suicide, or lost their jobs and became homeless, now they're suffering from other mental illnesses. All the people who had cancers that they knew of and couldn't get treatment, people who couldn't get diagnosed with new cancers, people who couldn't access care because, we needed the hospital beds for whatever. All of that stuff has been done under false pretenses because the numbers were absolute lies. The tests were complete failures. The vax is a complete failure. And I think, I don't know what you guys did last night for New Year's. I'm not interested in staying up till midnight to celebrate a new year, I can tell you that. And I was asleep by 5 after 10 Pacific time. But I did watch a little bit because I kind of like to see like the celebrations around the world. So I was kind of cruising some channels looking for different celebrations, and I came across the Nashville celebration. Now I don't know if you guys happen to stumble into that and watch it for a few minutes. I got to tell you, it was probably the most entertaining thing I'd seen in a while, and not just because, I'm a redneck and I love country music along with, some classic rock and some other stuff, but because Nashville was just giving a gigantic middle finger to the entire COVID process, to like everybody who is involved in the lockdowns and the restrictions and the mask wearing and the social distancing. And they weren't being like coy about it. I mean, they were literally like, yeah, we're, here in Nashville, we're done with this. Even one of the people on there said at one point, you can look around, you look as hard as you want, you're not going to see a mask in here at all. Which I absolutely loved. But, I mean, maybe it's got to be. I mean, I do not want to be sitting here next year talking about how we're going into year 3, or we're ending year 3 of this ridiculousness. And the only way it's going to happen is for people to wake up and just refuse. And I'm kind of worried about some countries, man, like Australia. I mean, they are like the jackboot thugs down there. Australia, which is really kind of crazy when you think about it, right? Hang on, time to refresh. Because wasn't Australia kind of where they sent, like, I don't know, prisoners or something? Was that Australia or was that somewhere else? Wasn't it kind of where they sent all people doing time? So if you imagine, like, all these people, in Australia were originally convicts. Let's just say, I don't really know if that's true. Okay, let's not say it. But Jiminy Christmas, man, how do you treat your fellow citizens like that? I just don't understand. Like you see, where was it? Was it in New York City where the cops were going into offices and, oh my God, it was true. They sent prisoners there to clean up the mud. I bet that takes a long time. That place is huge. But was it New York City where the cops were just going into restaurants and like arresting and removing people who weren't obeying the mandates, whatever mandates they have in New York? I mean, I don't understand how, like, I can't even imagine that happening here in Sheridan, Oregon, in my community, or let's say in my county, because I mean, it's not like I know these sheriffs by name, but I've seen them personally. Like, luckily, we don't have any city cops here. We just have county and state cops because it's a little place out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, we can't afford a cop, which is why I carry a gun. Anyway, but I can't imagine that guy living in this community. I mean, Yamhill County is fairly big, it's like other counties. It's a huge area. And that guy, I'm sure, lives probably in Yamhill County, or Polk, one of the two, Polk or Yamhill. And he's going to, I mean, could you imagine that guy, like, arresting somebody for not wearing a mask because he's in a store, or somebody goes in a restaurant and they're not following the mandates, and this Yamhill County sheriff is going to show up? I mean, you would just look at him and go, "Hey, John, what's up?" And I can't imagine that the guy would be like on the side of the government. And I mean, luckily, Like when there was all this kind of gun grabbing going on earlier in the year, and people, I don't know if you guys know this and if it was nationwide or just within the state, but Oregon had some, was trying to pass some laws about some guns, and man, this county was like, hey, screw you, we're going to pass a law before you pass your law that says, we're not going to abide by your stupid law. I mean, that's the kind of county that Yamhill County is. It's just like, yeah, no, we're not doing what Portlanders say. That's the bottom line. Yeah, Portland, Salem, and Eugene, you guys can do, to yourselves what you want to do to yourselves. We're not playing. We're going to carry our guns, and we're going to arm ourselves. And, yeah, if you come in my house, you're getting shot. And if I see you, getting ready to shoot somebody else in town, yeah, you're going to get shot. Yeah, I'm going to have my gun in my car. Yeah, I'm going to be as legal as I can, but I'm still going to have it. That's the bottom line. But I just can't imagine, like, that kind of stuff happening here. But when you get into places like these huge concentrations of populations, these huge metropolitan cities, nobody knows anybody. I mean, it's not John coming to arrest you out of the restaurant because you took your mask or you didn't wear your mask to go to the bathroom. It's dude in a uniform who doesn't know you from Jack, and he's got, a few thousand other officer buddies, and they don't give a crap about you. They're going to do what the governor tells them to do, what the mayor tells them to do, because that's who signs their paychecks. Out here, we elect a sheriff, and all those sheriff deputies are paid, by county funds, and we see them all the time. There's not that many of them, and there's not that many of us. So, it's not like they're unknown. It's not like they're just a guy in a uniform. I mean, you see these guys all the time, and there's not that many of them. So anyway, so I'll be doing. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss something that I really wanted to cover this time. Oh, that story's going to be next time. Oh, yeah, I was going to talk about this whole... Wow, not much time. I'm going to get this in really quick. There's no such thing. I don't do anything quick. Which is kind of fun. I was going to talk about this thing they're calling scientism now. And scientism is exactly the result of this kind of idea that has been going on for a long time now. And I bet you can't even imagine how long this idea has been going on. But remember when they started making math problems, like the answers to math problems didn't matter because it didn't matter that you got the answer right. It mattered that you tried really hard. And I call it, so my definition would be something like this. Like science would be 2 + 2 = 4. Whereas scientism is like this. The science 2 + 2 = well, you worked really hard to get the answer, so whatever you answered is worthy. So when that happens, then you get people, segments of the society, believing that these answers are worthy, when in fact they are absolute lies and will not help actually solve any problem in any real way, except maybe make you feel better about getting the wrong answer. And you won't actually figure out that nobody gives a crap about your feelings in the real world. What they actually want is real answers to solve real problems. But the problem is, this kind of thinking that the wrong answer could be worthy has basically led to this belief that scientism is factual. And I think it's one of the reasons why we have so many people right now who just will take at face value what somebody tells them. It doesn't even have to be Fauci. It could be anybody. You know, so many people, even my daughter was saying today, that there's so many people out there that won't question anything. If some rapper or some rock star or some celebrity or their favorite podcaster just says whatever, they'll just take it at face value because so-and-so said it. And that so-and-so could have zero credibility as far as scientific knowledge and statistics goes, but because they said it, it must be true. And there's no kind of
but don't you know, she's my wife and I'm her man. It's a family thing, hope you understand. Life's real simple in the countryside. We got love and we got pride, with each other shine and a heart so free, ain't no place I'd rather be. But I got my grin, I drink a moonshine, let the night begin. My old truck rattles, but it gets me there. Life's pretty sweet with the wind in my hair. Yee-haw, life is good to me. Got my shine in a truck that's free. No fancy house, no big town fame, but I'm happy and I'll take the blame. The porch is creaking, but it holds just fine. I'm rocking my chair with the jug of shine. The tires are bald, but the truck still rolls down the dirt roads where I feed my soul. Yee-haw, life is good to me. Got my shine in a truck that's free. No fancy house, no big town fame, but I'm happy and I'll take the blame. Folks might laugh, call me a fool, but I don't care, I make my own rules. Simple living is the way to go. Moonshine high, my truck runs slow. No city lights, just stars up high. Toast to the moon, my piece of the sky. Dust on my boots and a song to sing. Living this life like a redneck king. Yee-haw, life is good to me. Got my shine in a truck that's free. No fancy house, no big town fame, but I'm happy and I'll take the blame. So raise your glass, let the good times flow. This redneck life is all I know. With my old truck rattles, but it gets me there. I'm the happiest guy in all the land. Raise your glass, let the good times flow. This redneck life is all I know. With my old truck and a jug in hand, I'm the happiest guy in all the land.
We all want to do this or what?
Heck yeah, we're going to do this or what? This is Doc Mike the Redneck Dentist here on Real Liberty Media Wednesday. It's COVID-free Wednesday, thank God. Maybe. We'll see. I have something to tell you, but yeah, it involves that. So should I do it? I'll just tell you this. Something clicked tonight. This week. Something went off in my brain this
All right, good morning, everybody. Today is Friday. Yeah, it's Friday, January 8th, 2016, and this is Before the First Cup of Jules here on UCY.TV. Happy Friday, everybody. We made it. It is 22 degrees and cloudy here in upstate New York, but that's okay because it's Friday. I'm a little bit discombobulated today. It's been an entire week of running some really long tests and sitting there babysitting every little hiccup and fart. And I need to say that yesterday there were no hiccups and farts, so it made me very happy. But I am just beyond burned out. It's like I've been doing quadruple time all week. So we're going to try this. I don't know. All my machines here are on syrup mode. And I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to get any of these stories to load, but whatever. It's Friday. All right, so where do we leave off yesterday? We titled the show Genetically Engineered Bioweapons. And I don't know, I thought it was pretty straightforward. That's what we talked about for a good part of the day, but a lot of the people, the listeners, apparently didn't find it very interesting to click on. We discussed some of the plans, the future plans of some of the things that they're working on out of a publication called Dartmouth Undergraduate Review or something. And it was pretty disturbing, all the different ways that it would be so easy to kill the entire population or at least reduce it by large numbers using some of these newfangled depopulation technologies that they have with bioweapons and genetically engineered bioweapons at that. All right, well, where I think we're going to go now today, we had looked a couple days ago at the stressed out squirrel. That poor little stressed out squirrel was getting bio-swabbed after being trapped. They were taking mouth swabs and fecal samples, and they were going to see how stress affected that little squirrel's microbiome. And we know in ourselves that microbiome is so important to not only our health and our digestion and our immune system, but we also know about that vagus nerve and how it touches all your organs, and they really think that they'll be able to manipulate things through that nerve, but then it gets to your brain, and they have found a direct connect between mental state, such as depression, and what your microbiome says. Now, in the middle of all of this new gun control that's trying to roll out here, of course, it's not like it was any surprise. We've been waiting since the Obama executive actions after Sandy Hook, if you remember. He announced all those. We were going to expand mental health care and expand our background checks and all the stuff. I mean, it isn't anything new that he's talking about trying to force through right now. Executive action it. But what has happened since that time, and this is what worries me, is that we had Mr. Tom Insel. I still never got to the story about Tommy Insel, so we're going to try and get there today. Tom Insel, the former, until November of 2015, the former director of the National Institute of Mental Health for the United States. And in November of 2015, he took a new job over at Google Life Sciences, a new little company under Alphabet that they decided to call Verity. And one of the things that Mr. Tom Insel talked about in one of his publications that he wrote is he'd like to diagnose mental disease using smartphone applications. Now, that is disturbing to me, very disturbing to me, because I was listening to Antimedia last night, and they were discussing, maybe it was 2 nights ago, they were discussing mental health issues and how they're going to use this to take guns away from veterans. And we knew they were always going to do that. But it gets way more insidious than that. Because if they're going to be able to start diagnosing mental disease by your voice, I was going to call them your voice patterns, like I said, Google has the patent to open up your microphone and listen to the ambient noise in the room going on and then market to you as well. I mean, they could be determining in the background whether or not you're a danger to yourself or others, and then send the mental health team down, or their Google drone, Medevac drone, to come take care of you. And in that Medevac drone, they're going to release the mad science mosquitoes to come get you. Oh, goodness. All right, so let's see if we can find... I don't know, none of my tabs. They're all here. They're all blank pages. So let's see if we can make this work. All right. Doctors. When I saw this, I thought about Tom Insel and the fact that I've been waiting to do this story forever, but I thought about Tom Insel, and I thought about like all the future implications of this. So this is something that we had always feared, and I've been calling for this since the very beginning about doctors now with this precision medicine and electronic health records and all the stuff that's going on. They've sucked doctors now into this web of federal relationships to do the evil bidding of our overlords. Title of this story, this is out of Politico. Doctors can report some mentally ill patients to FBI under new gun control rule. Now, again, Sandy Hook and Obama's 20 executive actions, if you remember, one of the things that he had talked about, and I joked about this, but it wasn't really a joke, is getting rid of those pesky HIPAA laws. And HIPAA is your privacy protection that up until, any of this garbage really started, unless you had some major case against you where they subpoenaed your medical records in like a murder trial or something, you had a reasonable expectation of privacy between you and your doctor. I don't think you have that anymore. I mean, I know the HIPAA laws are still in place, but it's like everyone is being paid off to sell out everyone. Turn in your neighbor for having an AR-15 and we'll give you a $100 Walmart gift card. That's the way it works. We got doctors already being bought and paid for by pharmaceutical companies. And now with Obamacare, of course, Obamacare is not considered a health care plan. And as not such a health care plan, it is not covered under the anti-kickback statutes that other health care plans are covered under as a part of that act that protects Social Security and Medicare. So, you know what? Doctors are used to already getting gifts, having it raining Hawaiian trips and umbrella drinks. All right. Doctors can report some mentally ill patients to FBI under new gun control rule. Now, I don't know. This might be a lefty publication, so let's try not to puke too bad. Delivering on its promise to deliver, quote-unquote, common sense gun control, the Obama administration on Monday finalized a rule that enables healthcare providers to report the names of mentally ill patients to an FBI firearm background check system. The action was one of a series of steps that President Barack Obama has called for in January of 2013 in the wake of Newtown, Connecticut shootings to curb violence. But the rule was not published until today. Well, then how did I know about this? You know why? Because I, in January of 2013, watched a live broadcast and read the transcript of the Obama executive actions. I paid attention, and nothing happened from that point. See, most people forgot about that. While the 1993 Brady Law prohibits gun ownership by individuals who have been involuntarily committed, now that's another question. So in 93, they again hijacked the Second Amendment, it appears. Because, I mean, they don't, The Brady Law prohibits gun ownership by individuals who have been involuntarily committed, but it still doesn't say that in the Constitution. If you've been involuntarily committed to a lunatic asylum, you cannot own a gun. Now, probably seems like a pretty good idea to not allow mentally unstable individuals who have been involuntarily committed to own guns, but on the other hand, I don't see that in the Second Amendment. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for everybody. All right, let's get back here. So while the 1993 Brady Law prohibits gun ownership by individuals who have been involuntarily committed, found incompetent to stand trial, or otherwise deemed by the court to be a danger to themselves or others, federal healthcare privacy rules prohibited doctors and other providers from sharing information without the consent of their patient. Guess what, guys? That's called HIPAA. Under the rule, so guess what? He did get rid of those pesky fucking HIPAA laws. I am really offended now. He can't do that. That's your privacy between you and your doctor. And unless you've been subpoenaed, unless they subpoenaed your records, unless they get a search warrant to get their hands on your records for something that when you spilled your guts to your doctor, you assumed that there was a privacy clause, just like when you talk to your lawyer. This is pretty frightening. No, who's going to go talk to their doctor or seek help anymore if the first time they do, they're going to blow you into the FBI? Unbelievable. Under the new rule, which takes effect next month, for the first time, health providers can disclose the information to the background check system with what? Oh, without any legal repercussions. And that's what they did. They told all of these big corporations and all these professionals that they've now sucked into their machine to be their eyes and ears under the name of terror, to report you, your friends and neighbors. All these people, they promised them immunity from prosecution. Because in the old world, you would have a legal case. They broke that contract with you. If they broke that confidentiality contract with you, whether it be your cell phone provider or your internet service provider, and I'm talking old days, unless you were really doing something wrong, if you just were a little off or caught some attention somewhere, but you weren't doing anything wrong, they couldn't legally surveil you and take all your information without some sort of probable cause. And if you hadn't done anything, there was no probable cause. If you were maybe acting suspicious, but they still couldn't do anything to you. Well, now they can. They got immunity for all these organizations that now are part of the machine. And it appears now for psychiatrists as well. So if they open their mouths and they let the cat out of the bag, they give up some of your personally identifiable information, all in the name of safety, people. They won't get into trouble. All right, let's read the rest of the story. The disclosure is restricted to limited demographic and certain other information needed for background check purposes, the rule states. Disclosure of diagnostics, so this is good news, or clinical information is prohibited. So I guess they couldn't give you all the way up. Paul Gianfrido, chief executive of the Mental Health Rights Advocate Mental Health America, says that he believes the White House strikes the right balance between needing to have this information shared with the FBI's background check system and protecting an individual's privacy. Current law, here we go, allows HIPAA exclusions for law enforcement purposes, but it is a broad exclusion. That's what I said. If they have a search warrant, and this is in any case, they can get access to your private records, but they have to provide probable cause. Without that, someone just can't go into your health records and start poking around. Those are all protected as private. Says that could be a barn door open if an administration really wanted to open it, and they didn't. The administration has taken great pain to try to clarify that there's very limited information that would be reported to the FBI and only within a limited group. Well, phew, thank goodness they're only going to report you a little bit versus a lot. It's ridiculous. I saw friends yesterday posting about how proud they are of our president that he did this. How proud they are of him. And do you realize this is just a next step down a slippery slope that is taking us to this fascist state where we're going to have no way to get out of this mess. I don't even want to call it a police state because it's way more than a police state. It's like the control state. There's not going to be any way to get out of this. A little bit longer, and that's about all it's going to take. Now, let's finish this. Since the Newtown shootings, the number of mental health records submitted to the FBI system has tripled to more than 3 million records. I wonder if there's some sort of kickback for the doctors who do that. According to an analysis by Everytown for Gun Safety, a group promoting an end to gun violence, the FBI system resulted in more than 6,000 individuals being denied purchases of firearms because of their mental health criteria. So there you go. We have been sold down the river. So let's see. I'm sure there will be legal challenges to Obama's executive actions. He says it's within the law. Republicans say it's not within the law. So they will probably have to get a court to make that decision. So anyway, one of the other things we've talked about is Tom Insel, right? The former, and just we're talking a couple months, former director of mental health at the National Institute of Health, and he's now working for Google. Well, I saw in December that good old Tommy Insel, if the story loads too like all the others, good old Tommy Insel, hold on, we're going to reload this one more time, wrote a story for Scientific American. And this was just probably 2 weeks ago. I'd like to read that one. Let's see what good old Tom Insel is thinking about. Rethinking, this is the title, Rethinking How We Diagnose Psychoses. Oh, yeah, this is the same guy who wants to diagnose mental disorders with voice patterns on smartphone apps. Uh-huh. And is now working for Google. A new study opens the door to more biologically based categories of major mental illness. And remember, too, right about all the time that all this was going on, they decided to diagnose mental illness as a spectrum disorder. So just about anybody out there now can be diagnosed with some spectral level of mental health, including one of our favorite, which I heard now they're beating the crap out of it on Alex Jones, but oppositional, was it? Yeah. That oppositional disorder that we all have. All right. Oh, come on. This page is scrolling. All right. It says, if you are unfortunate enough to develop acute chest pain this winter, you'll probably be assessed by a clinician who will order a battery of tests to determine if your symptoms resulted from pneumonia, bronchitis, heart disease, or something else. And these tests not only can yield a precise diagnosis, but they ensure that you will receive appropriate treatment for your specific illness. Oh, God, I see how this is going. If you are unfortunate enough to have a psychotic episode this winter, however, the process of arriving at a diagnosis will be quite different. In fact, there are not many choices, and most people with a psychiatric disorder are labeled as either having schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. Now, schizophrenia is one of those disorders that they discovered long ago that there are patterns in your speech that aid them in the diagnosis. So that would be a real easy one to start with, the iPhone diagnoses of schizophrenia. Most people with psychiatric disorder are labeled as having either schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, and the distinction has been in the textbooks for a century. Schizophrenia is associated with delusions, hallucinations, an absence of effect, and chronic course. Bipolar can also involve delusions and hallucinations and typically dramatic swings in mood and a fluctuating course. But outside of the textbooks, in the real world of emergency room or clinics, these distinctions are less clear as many patients do not neatly fit into the formal descriptions. Sadly, hold on, roll up. There are no blood tests. No, sadly. There are no blood tests or scans to distinguish between schizophrenia or bipolar. And while clinicians have become very skilled at assessing symptoms and signs, the absence of diagnostic laboratory tools or biomarkers poses a serious problem in psychiatry. And this is something that people have been saying for many, many, many decades, calling psychiatry quack science, because there are no biomarkers to this point where you can show that someone has one disease over another. There's just your psychiatrist's word and his diagnoses and then the pills that he gave you to see what's going to happen. But don't worry about it because they're working on diagnoses. It says, do all people with a label of schizophrenia have the same disorder? And what about the large number of people who appear to have aspects of both schizophrenia and bipolar? Are these disorders diagnosed exclusively by signs and symptoms, identifying distinct biological entities, or could there be many different illnesses? Yes, with a continuum of psychotic signs and symptoms. Da, da, da. I mean, this is what we're up against here now, guys. Yes, the continuum of psychiatric and psychotic signs and symptoms. These questions are not merely academic. As with chest pain, getting a precise diagnosis is important for selecting the best treatment. Moving psychiatry into an era of biologically based diagnosis, ding ding, has been a long sought goal and a priority at the National Institute of Mental Health, where I, Tom Insel, the guy writing the story, served as director for 13 years until very recently. Now a study published online in the American Journal of Psychiatry raises fresh hope. A study led by neuroscientist Brett Clements of the University of Georgia, psychiatrist Carol Tamenga of the University of Texas, and at Yale and Harvard, and colleagues at Yale and Harvard found distinct quote-unquote biotypes of psychosis that can be identified with quantitative biomarkers. In this study from the Bipolar Schizophrenia Network on Intermediate Phenotypes Consortium, 711 people with a diagnosis of schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or schizoaffective disorder were assessed with what investigators call a brain-based panel of cognitive tests, which studies eye movements, a test of cognitive control, and an electrocephalogram. In addition, each subject had a brain imaging scan. And ignoring the clinical diagnoses, researchers pulled the data and analyzed it with an unbiased, criterion-free statistical method to look for what they called biotypes. And perhaps this is not surprising that the computer analysis from a large population with 3 diagnostic categories would find 3 clusters or biotypes. But the 3 biotypes have very little relationship to the 3 diagnostic categories. In fact, people with schizophrenia and bipolar and schizoaffective disorder were distributed across the 3 biotypes, and the biotypes did not differ simply by symptom or severity or the presence of mania-related symptoms. A few observations suggest investigators may be onto something. First, some of the biotype differences were also found in first-degree family members. And that's something else. You know, I did not see the actual transcript for his executive actions, these newest ones. But one of the things before this all happens, one of the things that was being encouraged, and this was even from the terror perspective, is that if you see something, say something, right? They've been pumping that out for 15 years now. And they want family members, for the safety of others and your family and your neighbors, they want your family members to turn you in. What? Now, it used to be that if you had a real problem, you know, and there's all of us who've had people in our family who've had some issues, who've maybe gone off the deep end a little bit at one point in time. But back in those days, there was nothing you could do about it. I mean, I guess you could call the cops, but don't call the cops because you're going to probably end up with a dead family member. So not a good idea. Don't call the cops. But if they're a danger to themselves or others, you know, even trying to get somebody put in somewhere for a little while so they have time to get better isn't a very easy thing, even if it's very obvious that they're off the deep end. So they've been working here now for family and friends to turn in individuals that they believe are a danger to themselves or others or could do something terroristic, whether it be domestic or as a jihadi. Aren't we all jihadis now? I think so. At least according to the definition, you know. You're a jihadi if you question anything. A few observations suggest that the investigators may be onto something. First, some of the biotype differences were also found in first-degree family members. So, you know, as they start getting everyone's genome, like I've said to you guys before, they're going to be able to very easily see who is considered good breeding stock and who is disposable. Oh, look, Johnny, we're sorry. We see you have the psychotic gene, as does your mother and your brothers. Yes, the whole family can be slated for deletion. It's a frightening thought. We looked yesterday at ethnic biowarfare. That was one of the things. They have gotten to the point where they believe that they could target, and, you know, the DOD, I think, has been messing with this for a long time, but at least now officially, they've gotten to the point where they could target based upon genetics. Pick some trait that they want to kill everyone with that trait. And as that engineered virus or whatever it was that they were working on. In that case, it was bioweapons, an engineered virus that makes the virus extra virulent to anyone with this genetic signature, and bang, there you go. Like I said yesterday, anyone with the Polish gene, they could take out all the Poles. Or any gene. I mean, you know, what's a genetic disease? I'm trying to think. There's a whole bunch of them. Like sickle cell is one. And I think that there are some rumors about in the past they were targeting sickle cell and doing some experimentation. It's very frightening, and as more and more genome sequencing is done, and they're putting all this stuff online and then comparing, contrasting with the AI software, and then running like all kinds of algorithms to find new drugs that'll cure things and whatever. I mean, there is a big production going on right now. And as they discover what makes us tick, I mean, they make it sound like it's going to cure medicine and it's going to be 21st century healthcare and it's going to be so wonderful. But it's not going to be wonderful. This is the cage closing. This is any secret that was left that at least you could go, well, hey, you know, at least I can't read my mind. Well, that may not be so true anymore. Oh, well, at least they don't know that, you know, we had the gypsy gene. Well, Johnny, they know that already too. I don't know. It's very frightening as to how they can spin it and make it sound like it's being sold as such a good thing that people who don't use their brains just eat it right up. But I know it's not just me now. I'm hearing it echoing all over. My fears, all my worst fears are coming true. And there are other minds out there that are finally going, oh, we need to back this truck up, Chuck. Because this is going to be the medical police state. And it's even scarier than just a police state. It's scarier than pepper spray, surveillance drones, and being beaten by batons. I start thinking Mangala when I think about this stuff, with face masks and big bright lights and scalpels, you know? I mean, this is not good. All right, anyway, let's finish this. What were those places called? Like the old school mental institutions of the 1800s. I mean, nobody paid attention. Those poor people were getting shock therapies and lobotomies, and all kinds. People were getting killed and buried out back, and nobody gave a shit because they said they were mentally ill. It's very frightening. That could happen again. The second that you get that stigma where you're mentally ill, and they're going to bag and tag you and put you into databases with that tag. I mean, there's all kinds of other tags. Labels are evil. But as soon as you're tagged, you're going to lose all kinds of rights. And who knows how far this will go at some point in the future. This is just the tip of the iceberg, people. All right, anyway, so they're working on trying to identify the differences between different illnesses using biomarkers. First, some of the biotype differences were also found in first-degree family members, so your family members could give you away for whom data was collected, suggesting a genetic basis for the new categories. Second, biotypes differed in social functioning. People in biotype 1 showing more serious functional impairment relative to other biotypes. And number 3, the brain imaging studies showed clear differences in regional gray matter, especially in frontal, cingulate, temporal, and parietal cortex. None of these observations proves that the biotypes are more valid than clinical diagnosis, and these findings together encourage a fresh approach to diagnosis of a psychiatric disorder. It will be important to know whether the genomic variation, the functional brain measures, or other behavioral measures can refine or further validate these biotypes. It might be interesting. Dr. Simon which most of you in chat know who Dr. Simon is. He is a host here. He's been a host for probably a year or more now. On the weekends, Dr. Simon is on Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And he had almost 50 years in psychiatry. And he knew the old school way of doing things, where they would talk to people and just try and work through your issues. I might actually send him this article and see what his thoughts are. I'm sure medicine, of course, here we go, has become a buzzword to describe the diagnostic revolution in cancer and other diseases. And the concept is simply that the tools of modern biology, including genetics and imaging, can deconstruct current diagnostic categories, yielding more precise disease groups that can be matched to more personalized treatments. And remember, this Tom Insel writing the story, the former director of the National Institute of Mental Health, now works for Google Life Sciences. Google Life Sciences wants to put nanobots in your bloods. You don't ever have to go visit the doctor again. For mental disorders, and now they're jumping into mental disorders. For mental disorders, where laboratory tests have not been used in the clinic, precision medicine could be a disruptive innovation, revealing that many of the current diagnostic categories are imprecise and biologically heterogeneous. We are seeing evidence of this in autism, yes, and we're going to have, 1 in 3, 1 in 5, 1 in, I don't know, some insane number of autistic children by 2030. So we're seeing evidence of this in autism, and autism is also another disorder that they just recently ruled is not just one disorder, it's a spectrum disorder, just like now mental illnesses. We are seeing evidence of this in autism and ADHD, as well as depression and anxiety disorders. The National Institute of Mental Health has proposed a new approach to the diagnosis of mental disorders that calls for the incorporation of biological, cognitive, behavioral, and social data in addition to observed symptoms and signs. Google's getting into mental health care diagnoses, people. And this new approach, known as the Research Domain Criteria, or RDoC for short, has been controversial, both because it represents a major break with traditional psychology and because some doubt that it is viable. The data from that study that we read about provides early evidence that this works. And of course, the real test for biotypes or any other method of diagnoses is whether or not they will be effective in targeting treatments for patients and predicting outcomes. This, of course, will require studies of treatment response. So it'll make us all a bunch of guinea pigs. And usually the United States, people with schizophrenia receive antipsychotic medication and sometimes psychosocial supports. Bipolar disorder is treated with mood stabilizers, antipsychotic medications, sometimes antidepressants, and sometimes psychosocial supports. And in truth, treatment remains empirical with few guides to know which person will respond to therapy. One of the hopes of precision medicine for psychiatry is that the use of biomarkers will provide more predictability so that patients and clinicians can make more informed and precise treatment decisions. And psychotic disorders are among the most disabling conditions in all of medicine, with enormous costs in dollars and suffering for patients and family. And new approaches for diagnosis and treatment are long overdue. Tom Insel is a neuroscientist and psychiatrist who served as the director of the National Institute of Mental Health from 2002 to 2015. And he has accepted a role at Verily, a new life sciences company within Alphabet, formerly known as Google. Da, da, da. Now, one of the other things, and yes, Gringo, good morning. I think this is what you're talking about. Oh, no, this is different. But one of the other things that I heard Obama mention in one of his little teary-eyed speeches where he was going for that Emmy nomination is the new smart guns. And when we had a video back, I don't know, it was probably a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago already, they were talking about the smart guns. You'd have a little Fitbit on your wrist or some sort of little ring on your finger that has biometric ID of some kind, or maybe even a fingerprint scanner. But I don't know if I'd want a fingerprint scanner, so they'd be cutting off my fingers and stealing my gun. But they have some sort of biometrics that allow you, the owner, to be the only one to be programmed to handle that gun. But some of the issues that we heard, I think actually they were talking about it on Primer Time Tuesday night, was that the distance that you can be from that little biometric sensor that you've authenticated with is not very far. So if you were changing hands or changing magazines or doing something, that they would become unreliable because it would stop working. And that's the thing. I mean, a friend and I have had long discussions about gun control. The one that disagrees with me on everything. And maybe it's not even disagreement at times. Sometimes it's just a whole different take completely. We see the world very differently. But one thing that was very interesting is that the reason why he thinks that biometric firearms, biometric controls on firearms won't become big in this country is because they're unreliable. But I'm going to say, regardless of how unreliable they are, they'll make them more reliable. I don't know. Maybe they'll put some sort of little insertable under your skin. You can get an implant, like Regina Duggan, DARPA Google's Regina Duggan said, give you your magic powers. You'll be able to open doors and pay your bills. Log into your medical profile to give your daily statistics to the machine. I mean, maybe not tomorrow this isn't going to happen, but I definitely see it happening. I think the old school world of firearms, the days are numbered. I think they're going to pull it. I really do. And the scary thing is back when they first started coming out with these smart guns, we covered a story about them using some of those firearms over in the Middle East. And they were giving these guns to quote-unquote insurgents. But what was so interesting about it is that they were able to program these firearms to only work within a certain GPS set of coordinates, let's say, or within only a certain range of hours during the day that they would be able to be fired. And I was like, wow, we don't even know, like guns that are being manufactured now, of course, we think that they're standard, but how would we even know if there were some sort of little sensor or something in there that at some point in the future they would be able to enable or disable? We don't. Just saying, smart guns are not science fiction. They're already out there, and they're calling for them. So I think we're going to have to pay attention to this. All right, let's get off the guns. I want to get into psychopaths for a minute now, because this was a brain day. It's supposed to be, got about 20 stories lined up all on this topic. And my browser's to the point where I have so much open now, nothing works right. So we're going to lose a whole nother couple shows if I don't work through these quickly before I have to either reboot or the whole machine crashes here. All right, sciencealert.com. If this loads, the brains of compulsive gamers are wired differently, study says. And we knew that. One of the things that in my own research that I had discovered, and I think I'm going to have to Oh. All right. We might have to do the Lonely Elephant song while I'm working on this. Do 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 do. Now my flash is going page unresponsive. I'm waiting for Skype to get out of not responding mode. I don't know anymore. Oh, I think the oboe comes in here. Come on, Skype. What the hell is going on here? See, I think I am a memory suck on my machines. Come on. I want to read the story because with that brain project, remember DARPA's involved, Google's involved, Microsoft's involved, National Institute of Mental Health is involved. They're all involved. All the universities are involved. That brain project to crack the nut of the human brain. All right. Come on. Still in not responding mode. Still in not responding mode, and it's Friday. Oh, come on. Well, I can't do anything right this moment except sing. Can we please have a piece of equipment that has windows on it that works? Oh, now the other machine is in not responding mode. Yeah, I love oboe too. My, growing up, here we go. Growing up, my orchestra instructor, I don't know, he took a fancy to me. He tried to pretend like he was my dad and watched out. He used to investigate all my boyfriends and make sure that they weren't troublemakers. But he had a son also, and his son was a friend of mine. He was in all my classes. We were in the advanced math, English, band, orchestra, whatever. But Dan, the son, Dan played like every instrument under the sun, as you can imagine, if you had a father who was orchestra instructor, you know, and the whole family was musical, but he played every instrument and, at least wind instruments. So not every, he didn't do strings. I was strings. But what was neat, I loved when Dan played oboe. There's just something about oboe. I hate clarinet. My sister played clarinet. Flute's nice. All right, let's see if this loads now. Now we're trying on a different computer. And I'm sure my husband is wondering why I dropped a link to the story to him in chat in Skype. He's messaging me now. All right. The brains of so there was a little intermission. The brains of compulsive gamers are wired differently, says study, and that is a good or a bad thing. Now, I've read a lot of stories about this. One of the things that we discovered is that video games, like I've been saying, cause a rush of dopamine. Dopamine is the addiction chemical. All of these little devices cause us to produce dopamine. When you get a new email, you produce dopamine. When you do cocaine, you produce dopamine. When you smoke a cigarette, when you drink some beer, when you're having sex, you produce dopamine. The addiction chemical, the one that feels really good, that makes you want some more. And what they found in gamers, especially compulsive gamers, is that the more dopamine that you cause your body to produce because you are requesting more and more by continuing the activity, the more dopamine that your body's going to require. It's just like any good addiction. The more you do, the more you need. the next time you need more to get the same fix as you had before. And what they were finding is that in gaming addicted children, that section of the brain that produced the dopamine actually got larger. And when they did fMRIs, the brains of compulsive gamers looked very much like the brains of diagnosed psychopaths. Oh, yes. And psychopathic disorder, narcissistic disorder, whatever you want to call it, character disturbances, as Dr. Simon calls it, require lots of dopamine. They get off on that. They like the excitement. Everything's about excitement. And when you're no longer exciting, they throw you off the train head first. We are creating a generation of gaming psychopaths. And what's even scarier than that, though, is this is all a part of being sucked into the machine by the dangling carrot that you're willfully paying attention to as you're frolicking off the cliff. Anyway, let's read the story because I'm almost out of time now. Too much singing the happy elephant. The brains of compulsive gamers are wired differently, says study. According to the scans of nearly 200 adolescent boys, the brains of compulsive video gamers are wired differently from the norm. Researchers have found evidence of hyperconnectivity. Oh yeah, this is actually how they're trying to spin this as good now. Like I've been noticing in a lot of these publications, they're not focusing on how it turns you into a psychopath. No, what they're focusing on is they're saying it makes you smarter because it's creating all these new neuron connections inside your brain and it makes you smarter. Well, I don't really think, though, that that's the part we should be focusing on, considering we're creating psychopaths. We're creating smart psychopaths. Apparently, researchers have found evidence of hyperconnectivity between certain areas of the brain, as well as increased levels of distractibility. And yes, we're making children with ADHD. The study focused on boys aged 10 to 19 seeking professional help for internet gaming disorder. Oh, check this out. A condition that has now been listed in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders is needing further research. So DSM-5 or 6, I'm not sure which one's out now, will probably include this new gaming disorder and typically involves gamers who give up sleeping and eating in order to keep playing. And yeah, I've heard stories of people dying because they played for days on end and never moved. Brain scans of those with the disorder were compared with another group of boys who aren't addicted to video games to see how the neural activities matched up. And the MRI scans found enhanced coordination in the salience network part of the gamer's brains. And that's the area responsible for identifying what's important and focusing the body's resources on it. Yes, very, very, very useful to a child that we've been training on video games for 10 or 15 years who then goes into the military when they turn 18. Yes, that's exactly what it was intended to do as well. In everyday life, it could be stepping out of the way of an approaching car. In a video game world, it means dodging a hail of bullets. Yes, and in the military it does as well. Or dropping drone bombs on people. Hyperconnectivity between these brain networks could lead to a more robust ability to direct attention toward targets and to recognize novel information in the environment. The changes could essentially help someone think more efficiently. And I'm going to say bullshit. Yeah, maybe it makes you more focused on your fucking game, but not on the rest of the world and what is going on. It makes you manipulated and controlled and addicted is what it does. And this makes me so angry that there are actually quote unquote science publications that are out there spinning these video game addictions as good. I've seen this so many times now, like people trying to justify why it's good for their children to sit in front of the TV for 10 hours a day all summer long and never even see the sunshine. Most of the differences we see could be considered beneficial, says the study's author, Jeffrey Anderson from the University of Utah. However, the good changes could be inseparable from the problems that come along with them. Says the academics behind this new research say that it is the most comprehensive study yet of differences in brains of compulsive video gamers, and it joins a growing body of research looking into how this part of our digital lifestyle could be affecting our physical and our mental health, both in positive and negative ways. And the findings have been published in the journal called Addiction Biology. Guys, anyone who tries to tell you that being addicted to anything is beneficial for your longevity has a screw loose, and especially when it is being sucked into the machine, into this digital alter reality, so they can manipulate and control you. Yes, it's good. Little mousy, come eat the poison peanut butter. Come bite the poison apple, my pretty. I mean, this is what it is. And it's okay. It's very disturbing. All right, guys. Well, I don't know if I'm not going to make it. Everything is locked up here. If you can even believe it, though, it's Friday. Oh, yes. Here's a headline that came out yesterday. Is Yellowstone about to blow? I mean, we've heard this so many times, but check it out. Scientists are now warning over a super volcano that could kill millions. Wah-ha-ha-ha. Just to start 2016 off right with a bang. All right, guys, make sure you stick around, because guess what? It's Friday. Lonnie Clark is up next, and all kinds of great radio today with Levon live at 11 p.m. and Josh live at 6. All right, have an awesome Friday. I will catch up with you on Monday. Everyone take care.
Liberty Media. Real Liberty Media is
Hey guys. This is just going to be off the top of my head, and I don't even know if I'm going to put it up. I'll think about it. But I was sitting outside just now, and it's starting to really storm out there, and I was just thinking about it, you know? Because I'm noticing a trend, and I don't think it's just me. I think a lot of people are coming to the realization that something is very wrong. Okay? Something has gone so far off the tracks with what was supposed to be happening in this country, what this country was supposed to stand for, what it claims to stand for, what it has built an entire city around supposedly standing for. The classiness of it that used to be, like the 20th century classiness of government in this country and how that used to portray itself. At least. Maybe it was always corrupt. I mean, there's arguments that it has been for the whole entire time that it's existed. And we could go there, but that's not the point I'm even trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is they're not even trying to pretend to be classy anymore about the stuff that's going on. The stuff that's going on is the level of a Netflix streaming show. Like if aliens were watching America as a TV show, the stuff that is going on now, the level that things are at, that's what that would be like, okay? The idea that this is the reality that we're all just supposed to accept is pretty amazing to me. Like, I get up every day thinking that when I see the things that are going on, I can't even anymore. I've been talking about this stuff for over 10 years, and when I see it now, what else is there to say about the level that things are at? Because joke is not the word anymore. Jump the shark? Well, that was so many sharks ago. We're going to run out of sharks. The world is going to run out of sharks. That's how many sharks have been jumped at this point. Okay? And it just reminded me of as a massive analogy, the first time I ever went to Washington, D.C., the first time I ever saw it in real life was on a filming trip that became what became the project that morphed several times and became The Minds of Men. It was the first time that we had gone on the road filming, and we drove through DC and got footage that we would need. And I had only ever seen Washington, D.C. on the news, on TV, in movies, or they would show like a reporter standing in front of the Washington Monument talking about what's going on with Congress, you know, and they always frame these shots in such a way that everything looks massive and very dramatic. And there's something very almost like shiny and new about that place when they show it on TV. And I don't know how they do that, because when you actually go there yourself and you see it with your own eyes, first of all, the White House, I couldn't get over how small it looked by comparison to how they make it look on TV. It's small. I was really surprised at that. I don't know if it was my kid brain, because you know how when you're a little kid, everything seems huge. And that's the first time I remember seeing the White House was on TV as a little kid. So maybe that's why I had this idea in my mind that it was a much bigger house than it was somehow. I was surprised at how small it ended up being. Right. And outside of the White House, there's a whole thing about war not being the answer and how all nuclear weapons need to be banned, or we're going to have a nice doomsday. If we live by the bomb, we're going to die by the bomb. And it's set up right across the street from the White House. And of course, you never see that in any of the news broadcasts. I don't know if it's this particular guy who's actually been here, but this vigil, this anti-nuclear war peace vigil, has been sitting here across from the White House since 1981. So for 4 decades, there's been an anti-nuclear war peace vigil, and someone sits there 24 hours a day warning everyone about how we could all die in a nuclear Armageddon genocide. I mean, it's not the image, right, that's portrayed of that place. It's not what you see when you watch the news or when you see it in films. You don't see this thing, but it's apparently been sitting there for 4 decades. And someone sits out there with it at all hours of the day. So it is maintained as a continuous protest 24 hours a day directly across from the White House. The whole feeling of that town is something else to behold altogether. Wow, this is the Treasury Department. What happens here?
Well, this, inside the way that the government works, this is the rubber stamp department, and they get papers from right across the street here. And from
here?
Other friends.
Here at Bank of America, that's right across the street?
They walk it across the street, and then they rubber stamp it.
Oh, okay.
But in case that's too long of a walk, they've got plenty of bank people inside the Treasury already with duplicates, just so it's easier to rubber stamp. And whatever they ask, they just do it. And then later they tell the president what they've done, because, as Greenspan said, frankly, the relationships don't matter, but I guess they let the president know after it's been rubber stamped.
Oh, good. So, Bank of America.
So they walk over here and say, we need a bailout. And they come over here and they say, sure, rubber stamp, whatever.
Oh,
That's
cool.
how government works.
And then the cops hang out next to the bank.
Well, yeah, they have to protect them.
It was so dark there. And I don't just mean because it was nighttime. Actually, it was really bright for nighttime because there are orange lights everywhere lighting these buildings. And there's so many orange lights everywhere lighting buildings that it was cloudy the night we got there. And they were lighting the clouds in the sky. And it was giving everything this kind of dystopian reddish hue like you would expect to see. And I don't know, like another Terminator sequel about a dystopic nightmare future or something. That's kind of how it felt, right? The sky was like this orangish reddish hue that was making everything kind of have this glow to it. And there were just a constant stream of helicopters driving back and forth in these orangish red clouds. And there's just something about that. Like if Mordor had been off in the distance, right, with the eyeball glowing and stuff, and that was causing that color in the sky, it wouldn't have really been that shocking. It's the setting. This is what I'm talking about. It felt that way, right? And we were walking around and we went down Constitution Avenue. I was going to film a shot of the sign and I noticed that right above, on top of basically the sign is an eye in the sky camera, which there's something about the clash of that. You know, it's like my friend today said she saw they put a KFC like right next to where the pyramids are. So there's basically a Pizza Hut and a KFC, you know, catty corner to the pyramids or down the street or whatever the hell it is. Like, I always thought the pyramids were out in the middle of sand, like in the middle of nowhere, but apparently they're right next door to a Pizza Hut and a KFC. And there's just something about that that's so cartoonish and ridiculous, right? That's what it's like to me when I see an eye in the sky camera above a sign that says Constitution Avenue. Like, Constitution, yeah, but the government's watching you, you know? And then underneath it, I remember there being just 2 massive trash cans that were just overflowing with garbage all over the ground. It was just very striking. We're here on Constitution Avenue, the sign of which is right underneath an eye in the sky camera, here across from the Washington Monument. And it's interesting because it's right next to a giant pile of trash. I feel like this is what everybody thinks about the Constitution these days.
McDonald's generation.
A giant pile of trash. And when we were there, the Capitol building was under construction. And the whole thing looked like it was about to fall apart. It just looked like a piece of junk. It was surreal. There was something very surreal about it. And on the sidewalk, outside of where the Capitol was, across the lawn from it, somebody had spray painted a message on the concrete. And it said, "Politics has separated all of us. Government has failed." We're in DC. There's your Capitol building. It's under some kind of construction. It looks all screwed up, which is fitting. It's like some kind of double irony. We're standing in one of the most corrupt, ridiculous places in the entire nation. And it really does literally look as if it's falling apart. But right here in the ground, there's some spray painted words. I don't know if you can make that out at all. Probably not. But somebody at the end of this grassy area here, in front of the Capitol, has spray painted the words, "Politics has separated all of us. Government has failed." And really, I think that about says it all. And as I'm standing there seeing this message on the sidewalk, and I'm looking at this ramshackle looking, falling apart building, and I'm thinking about all the other things that I just saw, just walking through this town for 15 minutes. There was just something so desperately true about that message. I think it's really weird. Well, it's probably not that weird because it's a Disney movie, obviously. But in the movie National Treasure, I think it's really silly that in that movie you have Nicolas Cage. There's a part where they're talking about literally stealing the Declaration of Independence. And sorry if that's a spoiler and I'm ruining it for you, but they go in and he has this whole dramatic speech about there's one line here that's more important than all of the others.
There's a line here that's at the heart of all the others.
And it has to do with, replacing government if government fails, right?
But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards for their future security.
And I'm really not so sure that that is the most important message in the Declaration of Independence. I'm not sure I agree with that statement, actually. Because you can't even get to that point of consciously understanding that until you understand other things that were written in there first. At the time that this document was written, people were under the thumb of a hereditary monarch who was using divine right of kings to rule as a measure of government.
The state of monarchy is the supremest thing upon earth. For kings are not only God's lieutenants upon earth and sit upon God's throne, but even by God himself, they are called gods.
And this document outlined what government is. And they didn't just say, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, as in can't be taken away or transferred, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It went on to say that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. So what's the government supposed to do? Secure those rights. That's the main point here. That is what a government is supposed to be doing, right? But they're not just instituted among men. They don't just spring up out of the ground like a cabbage patch. It's not the divine right of kings. It is governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That, to me, is probably one of the most groundbreaking, important statements that has been put to paper and fought and died over in probably modern human history, period. Right there. Because it says to you, where does the legitimate power come from of the government? Where's the legitimacy happening? Because the government's not giving it to itself. That is not how that works. That's not what the document says. Consent to the governed. That's who grants or withholds legitimacy. The government cannot legitimize itself. That is not how that works. And the king can't just show up and go, I'm king, see this crown on my head? Everyone's kissing my ass. It means I can tell you what to do. Like, that's also not how it works. You're probably hearing the rain in the background. It just really started. So it's really coming down now. Then it goes on to say that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it's the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles as blah, 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 blah. That only comes after it is delineated where government derives its power from to begin with. That is the important point. So this message on the sidewalk that says politics has separated all of us, I mean, it's not just divide and conquer in your most basic of senses. What you're talking about is a sense that the people who instituted this document, when that was going on, those people came together to do that. That was a uniting situation. People united. At least the ones that it came down to, that was a united front. And as a people united, they said, you are not legitimate anymore, King. And we forget all the time because history is just not taught with very much passion as it should be. In fact, I have a history book over here that's a teacher's edition from the 60s. And it actually says in there that the whole main purpose of teaching history, that like first and foremost, is to, quote, create good citizens. So if that's really a truth, that it's supposed to create good citizens, then take a guess what is and is not going to be in there, right? It's kind of amazing they just admitted it like that. But anyway, it was amazing that people came together and had that idea at the time. It's very hard for us today to put our minds in the mindset of people that lived 250 years ago. It's hard to do. People at that time had always done it that way. So the king was just, that was the way things were done. You don't question the king. You just don't. The idea of questioning the king would not have come into most people's minds as an option to be exercised. The idea of no taxation without representation was not even a thing. That was not a thing. The idea of even saying that should be a thing was confusing to people in the British Parliament when it was brought up. Well, we don't have representation, so we don't consent to your taxation. It was not a thing. We're like, what? What are you even on about? We have no idea what you even mean by saying that, because it wasn't a concept at the time. This was unheard of. These ideas that were for, being thought of and talked about and then eventually fought over. These were not concepts that people had, really, in that mass way, enough to garner support for people to all stand behind it and say, this is not the way things should be. And we're kind of seeing this again right now, actually, with the corporations and the DEI stuff that's going on right now. I mean, we kind of are seeing the same thing, where legitimacy is a big deal. And where does that come from? Anyway, politics has separated all of us. Government has failed. I mean, the government has failed. It failed. It has not done what it is supposed to do. And that's just the truth. And the motions that everything is going through right now is like watching a WWE match. You can cheer for your favorite wrestler and buy his t-shirts and go there and wave a sign in the air and stuff like that. But do you really believe what you're actually watching isn't really just like a live action male soap opera? Come on, okay? That is what it feels like now with the things that are happening. It's so incredible and ridiculous. I was just thinking about this today. It was really weighing on me just how much the veil has fallen in terms of they're not even pretending anymore on stuff. And it's not, the pretense is all gone. And people still cannot see. That's what's blowing my mind, I think, probably the most. People still can't see. And that veil is so ripped off. That emperor has no clothes on at all. He is walking up and down the street buck naked. And people still don't notice it. They still can't see it. Maybe they're too afraid to look. Maybe they're too afraid to face the truth about what's happening here. I don't know. It's not funny. It's not funny. I'm not laughing because it's funny. That's a bitter laugh. That's bitter. But I feel like that's what's up. I feel like I had this little kid vision of Washington, D.C., and then I came face to face with the reality of it. It is a much different place. And I think these concepts are going to become very important again in the future. I really do.
But someday, somewhere, someone may find out the damn truth. We better, or we might just as well build ourselves another government. Like the Declaration of Independence says, to when the old one ain't working, just a little farther out west.
People don't talk that way anymore.
Beautiful. Huh. No idea what you said.
I don't know why, I just felt like sharing that with you guys. I love you. I'll talk to you soon. Hello again. For the record, this video is the second half of the point I began making in the last video. From planned obsolescence to the plan to own nothing. Living in the 21st century at the pace we find ourselves flying around in, it's kind of hard to remove ourselves from our time and place our minds into the space of our predecessors. We've been through quite a lot at this point.
Wet your hands with water. Apply soap, apply soap, apply soap. Rub your hands palm to palm. And wash the backs of both hands. Apply soap, palm to palm with fingers interlocked. Clasp your hands together and rub, and rub. And wash, apply soap and rub. Rub your fingertips in the palms of your hands. And wash water. And finish off with the wrists. And rinse your hands really well with water. And dry them thoroughly with a paper towel. Your hands are now clean.
A lot of us have seen the man behind the curtain pulling the switches. Many of us have seen him more times than we can count on both hands. The pain of that heartbreak is many, many prom nights ago. We've grown a little hardened. We have no more to give. Today we're being told that we've irreparably harmed the planet, overextended the resources, damaged the environment. This message characterizes the era of continual crises we find ourselves in. What we aren't being told, however, is that many of the very behaviors that are claimed to be so harmful for the planet now are some of the very same that corporations worked ever so carefully in the 20th century post-war period to manipulate everybody into and to inculcate into everyone in the first place. So back once again down memory lane to the 20th century we go. Because context matters. How we got here matters. This is not happening in a vacuum. In the last video, I took a cursory glance at planned obsolescence, an economic model that modern humanity has been living with for over a century now in some form or another, at least that we know about. A lot of people are generally familiar with this idea, the idea that something is created with an artificially limited period of usefulness, of life, whether that be because it's designed to fail by a certain point in time, so it's given a death date, or it's designed to become unfashionable and thus gets discarded well before it ceases to actually physically function. If you can believe it or not, there was actually a time period where longevity was a point of sale for businesses. There were companies that actually did try to make the best products possible, ones that lasted the longest and did what they were supposed to do. I know to many of you in 2023, this is a shocker. It's crazy that I'm saying that. Other crazy old-fashioned ideas are things like we used to hold on to stuff, like rugs and clothes and dishes, and we would hand those down to our children and our grandchildren as heirlooms from one generation to another. Advertisers would actually stress durability as a major feature of products. Lifetime guarantees were selling points. That was a thing. Obsolescence was not always a blatant part of the engineering and manufacturing process. But sometime after World War II, a time characterized by advertising volume increasing more rapidly than gross national product, the stance on obsolescence appears to have changed, and drastically. There's an obvious shift, and with that shift, a corporate re-education program of sorts that seems to have taken place in the population, which gained considerable traction, especially throughout the 50s and into the 60s. Actually training people, from the engineers designing it to the customers buying it, to justify, accept, and even expect obsolescence in the name of progress. So I want to go further into the specifics on how this was done. The tenets of obsolescence, if you will. And going into this, you have to remember that this period of time was characterized by television still being relatively new and a relatively new thing in homes. It's a period where educational programs were propagandizing people on how to be good citizens, good parents, good wives, good homemakers.
And so Jack is learning about social control.
Emotions. Now we all start with a primary set, and as we grow older, we acquire more of them.
If you lie in bed so long that you have to rush, how can you expect to be neat and clean?
However, Trixie's been around, and when it comes to undressing, she should be able to show us a thing or two.
This is a story about what to do on a date. Here's something else for your appearance. Eat a hearty, balanced breakfast.
Inundating people with images about what a good home looked like and what that home needed to have in order to be considered a good home.
Families in most cases depend upon a paycheck for the necessities of life.
Which was lots and lots and lots of new stuff and all the time.
Careful there. Well, how do you like that? Bouncing tumblers. Staged in dramatic or humorous fashion, scenes like this introduce new products of all kinds to the public and strongly influence purchasing trends.
So let's take a look once again at Vance Packer's 1960 book, The Wastemakers. Number one, first and foremost, everyone needs to buy twice as much stuff. To end a glut in production, instead of just producing less because people didn't actually need it, corporations began promoting the idea of turning people into gluttons in the name of modern living. Packard writes, as the marketing experts groped for ways to keep sales soaring in the face of mounting saturation, one of the first thoughts that struck them was that each consumer should be induced to buy more of each product than he had been buying. This continued to the point that corporations started literally promoting the idea that people should buy 2 of everything, where 1 was previously all that was actually needed.
Double fresh, double smooth.
For example, you had the president of Servell, Inc., making the claim that the American standard of living called for owning 2 refrigerators.
Look at that. Isn't it beautiful?
The American Home Laundry Manufacturers Association was calling for people to own 2 washers and 2 dryers in one house.
The size or design, each imperial, such as these coal pantries and ranges, merges into its individual setting with the eloquent beauty of rare jewels.
It got to the point where the big 3 in Detroit were spreading the message that every home needed 2 cars, referring to what they deemed one-car captivity, the essence of which was that peasants who only own 1 car are chained to the land like serfs in the Middle Ages, and the only way to liberation was to buy a second vehicle.
Boy, here's real emancipation from old-fashioned chores. That's the kind of emancipation any woman can understand. Well, what do you think of our complete home laundry?
Great for you, but what about the rest of us peasants? We don't got it. We don't happen to have anything like this at home.
And this just continued. What started with a 2 chickens in every pot mentality in the 1920s progressed to a post-war era where home builders were pushing the second home family, and that every family needed 2 homes to be truly fulfilled.
We've looked at a couple of older houses, but that's no improvement. We've got an older house.
But she's not in her private bedroom. She's renting a pod with a whole bunch of strangers. Think co-ed dorm life for adults. It's called PodShare.
This was quickly echoed by every other company who stood to financially benefit. You know, everyone from building material suppliers to appliance manufacturers to the companies that make carpets and drapes, all salivating together over the fact that they were going to get people to fill up 2 fully equipped kitchens now and buy 2 television sets and 2 sets of living room furniture for 2 different living rooms, etc., etc., etc.
If only there was some way of really selling George on the idea. The 5th freedom, maybe. Freedom from unnecessary drudgery.
Number 2, a disposable life. The first trend of getting people to buy more stuff than they needed handily led to the second trend of people throwing away more stuff and sooner. People were being taught to embrace this new concept of disposable living. Disposable everything. TV dinners that came in single-use aluminum trays. Food that was cooked in single-use throwaway plastic bags. This spurned on things like disposable razors, disposable diapers, disposable salt shakers. Even disposable camping equipment like sleeping bags and tents. The 50s truly heralded the disposable era.
Aluminum is everywhere. In the air, on the ground, and on the sea.
And a big part of the new advertising relied on selling people the convenience of just throwing stuff away instead of reusing it or washing it or dealing with it. And all of this disposable packaging, mind you, came at a much steeper price. And at some points, according to Packard, the packaging actually cost customers 10 times as much as whatever product was inside of it. This is very much like Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, wherein the voices of sleep teachers adapt future demand to industrial supply by lulling citizens to sleep at night with lines like, "We always throw away old clothes. Ending is better than mending," Ending is better than mending.
Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending.
Throwing stuff away became so trendy that some companies in this country were even designing their products in order to trick people into accidentally throwing away what were otherwise perfectly good items just so they could sell more of them. There's a story in this book, and I wish I was kidding, about how a company that made potato peelers knew that its product was basically indestructible. It basically lasted forever. It was almost impossible to destroy with normal use. So they sat around at a table and thought about how can we get people to buy more potato peelers, and purposefully changed the color of the handle so that it would be the same color as potato peels, in the hopes that housewives peeling with them would accidentally throw them out with the peels and then have to buy a new one. So they were tricking people into throwing stuff away that they would not have thrown away on their own, so they would buy more of them. That's the level, okay? No, you think that's the level? I'll tell you what the level is. The level is that one company went so far in this regard as to get in trouble by the Federal Trade Commission in 1958. The Holland Furnace Company, which was once the largest seller of replacement home furnace systems in the nation, was caught sending salesmen to people's houses who pretended to be government inspectors, or sometimes they would call themselves heating engineers, or they would say they were utility inspectors working with a government fuel conservation program. But in the end, they would gain access to a person's house through illegitimate means and then dismantle their furnaces without permission, and then refused to reassemble the furnace under the claim that it was dangerous and might explode. And they were going around doing this all over the place. And the FTC found that a lot of these furnaces were actually fine. Or if something was wrong with it, whatever it was easily repairable. And they didn't really need to be replaced. But the Holland Furnace Company got a lot of furnace owners to discard what were otherwise perfectly good furnace systems under the belief that they were dangerous and might blow up. That's the level. So they got people to throw away whole furnace systems so they could replace them with new ones. By 1961, this company was barred from doing business in the state of Minnesota, which was the first time an out-of-state company had been ordered out of Minnesota in 50 years at that point. And Holland Furnace Company went out of business altogether not too many years after that. I think it was in 66. But that's the level, okay? The third tenet of obsolescence was to make stuff that sucks. So in the last video, I talked about the light bulb conspiracy, the purposeful shortening of how long light bulbs lasted in order to make more money selling them more often. But that's just the very tippy top of the iceberg on this whole thing. In the late 1930s, it came out during a U.S. government lawsuit that General Electric had purposefully shortened the life of its flashlight bulbs, making it so that they only lasted through 2 batteries instead of 3. And a memorandum showed that a company engineer was outlining a new idea to adjust it down so that they would only last for 1 battery. Quote, "If this is done, we estimate it will result in increasing our flashlight business 60%, he wrote. Gee, you think? In 1957, Home Furnishings Daily Journal reported that companies were watering down their products in all sorts of ways, from using cheaper materials outright, like thinner plastics, to just straight up reducing product sizes and not really widely letting people know that that's what was being done. And the journal concluded that in some cases, the high end of the line or highest price model of certain appliances ended up being no better quality-wise than the low end of appliances had been a few years earlier, by comparison. Some of these products, Packard notes, could have actually been made better at little to no expense to the company at all. So to upgrade the products to make them last longer would have cost nothing. But they simply just didn't want to, because then people wouldn't buy as much. Some corporations did get caught designing purposefully crappy products, while others just openly and even proudly admitted that that's exactly what they were doing. An engineer at a prominent portable radio manufacturer defended his company's decision to design a radio that would not last more than 3 years. Instead of the 10 years, he admitted they could have built a radio to last 4. And it was explained that this was good because, according to this engineer, they needed more frequent repeat sales to get more cash more often in order for the company to develop better radios. So the customer paying 3 times as much as they would have, buying more radios than they would have, something referred to in here as force-feeding the consumer, which just sounds gross, was good because it contributed to progress. Although, it was really never made clear how any of that actually worked, considering the progress seemed to just be getting people to buy 3 times more radios at 3 times the cost. Not sure where the progress part actually was in terms of the radio itself. And when it was admitted to in this time period, obsolescence was touted as a contribution to society that was making everything better. In 1956, Electrical Manufacturing stated, "The hard logic of our national economy would support the need for a broad policy of planned obsolescence in order to take the maximum advantage of our potential for productivity and technological progress." Basically advertising the purposeful design of products for a, quote, reasonably short lifespan. Retailing Daily asserted, "It is not only our privilege to obsolete the minimum home and many home furnishings, it is our obligation. We are obligated to work on obsolescence as our contribution to a healthy, growing society."
Who is this on the ground? Why, it's...
Extortion consumerism.
He's a master at disguises and wanted in 7 states. That explains a lot.
Which on its face is like making a semantics argument that the growth of debt, the growth of landfills, and the growth of cancerous tumors are all somehow healthy. Well, it's growing, right? It's growing, so that must be good.
Not so many years ago, the automobile was considered a luxury. About the only time it received an airing was on Sunday or a holiday.
And real quick, I just want to talk for a couple minutes on cars again, because what was done with cars in this time period was particularly insane, especially in terms of resources and the environment. And cars have a very special place in the post-war period of planned obsolescence, as virtually everything about cars began to get worse in the 1950s, and by purposeful design.
The number of cars on our city streets offers proof that for millions of people, automotive transportation is almost as much a necessity as a house.
And Packard, in his book, devotes multiple chapters to this, just to cars, because of how crazy it was. Again, that could be its own hour, just talking about what they did here, but I'm just going to try and sum a few things up so you get the idea. Advertising journal Tide reported that gas mileage dropped from 20 miles a gallon to 15 miles a gallon in the first 8 years of the 50s. Popular Science concluded that gas mileage had sagged down 14% below the 20-year average by 1958. The average motorist was buying 100 more gallons of gas per year. And for a number of years, Packard reports the American Petroleum Institute was urging motorists to throw away their dirty old sludge oil and put new motor oil in every 1,000 miles. Can you imagine getting your oil changed every 1,000 miles? That's what they were telling people they had to do. Multiple sources were reporting a sharp downward trend also on tire tread mileage in the 50s as well. And the Wall Street Journal reported in 1959 that not only were tires wearing out faster these days inexplicably, but, quote, auto companies maintain a stony silence when questioned about complaints of declining tire mileage. And it wasn't just parts of the car that they were trying to sell more of and replacements for that didn't need it and things wearing out faster, but they were actually designing the cars themselves to age faster in general, like the body of the car.
What's new? Everything. New show car styling.
They were adding a lot more things made out of chrome that would rust. They were adding stylistic choices that would start to look out of date quicker.
Each bright new model features show car styling all its own with a whole new design.
And by 1960, they had the average American trading in their old car just over every 2 years. A Consumer Bulletin concluded there seems to be no doubt that bodies of present-day cars would be made to last much longer than they do now, but manufacturers are fully aware that if they make their cars too durable, future sales will suffer. Hip to this game coming out of Detroit, foreign car makers started promoting their cars by saying they don't change the car's style, just make it work better.
A Volkswagen is never changed to make it look different, only to make it work better.
Economists were also scaring Americans that if they bought the cheaper foreign compact cars instead of these massive boats coming out of Detroit in the 50s, the nation's roads might suffer because better gas mileage would mean less overall revenues on taxes. And they were also expressing concern for the steel industry. If compact cars took over, they took half a ton less steel to build per car, and it might hurt the steel industry. This is the way they were doing it.
The average American remained vaguely discontent. There was something missing.
John?
Yes, Mary?
John, what's happening to us?
I think we both know, Mary.
It's just that we seem to be drifting apart.
I've tried.
Oh, I don't blame you, John. It's just that...
It's not your fault either, of course.
It's just that we don't have...
Exactly. There's this awful gap in our lives.
It's just that...
With all our technology and industrial know-how, we still don't have the one thing that could give us a better way of life. They say it can't be done, that it's just an impossible dream. But in the laboratories of Your Name Here, dedicated scientists faced the challenge.
The fourth tenet of obsolescence is making stuff that seems like it sucks. So surely you've heard the idiom keeping up with the Joneses. Well, by 1956, Forbes was reporting this kind of rivalry would be exploited. Obviously, psychologically, there's no other way to do that.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I'd have to make things easy for them. It might do him a world of good to be left all alone with Jimmy for 2 or 3 days. In your kitchen.
In your kitchen.
By home appliance makers in an upcoming campaign to convince Americans they should replace refrigerators, ranges, and washing machines every year or 2.
By the way, did you know that this kitchen won an award from the Woman's Home Companion?
Huh?
And Frigidaire, which at the time was a division of General Motors, just by the way, openly announced its new sales campaign with the slogan, Planned Product Obsolescence.
New fashion products which are bound to make old-fashioned everything that has gone before. Styling exciting to behold. A spine-tingling new concept.
So this was even in the paper. The head of Frigidaire and a General Motors vice president out of Dayton, Ohio, confirmed, "We have committed ourselves to a program of planned product obsolescence." Translation: the company intends to introduce new styles and features every year to make owners of even late model appliances dissatisfied with what they have and eager to buy the newest ones available.
By the way things look, as well as the way they perform, our homes acquire new grace, new glamour, new accommodations, expressing not only the American love of beauty, but also the basic freedom of the American people, which is the freedom of individual choice.
So the plan was to once again make housewives feel like crap and think their kitchen sucked after just a year or two, and that they needed all new appliances, all new stuff.
I just wish I had a decent kitchen.
Wash, rinse, repeat. And other companies jumped in on this trend of making people conscious of their stuff looking old or being old in style, so they'd want new stuff. And people were. A lot of this obsolescence was psychological.
Women want and demand kitchen products radiantly alive with color.
In the form of companies weaponizing style to destroy the desirability and thus the value of something by creating an obsolescence of the mind, Packard refers to. In other places, it's referred to as psychological obsolescence. In Bernaysian-like fashion, they worked really hard to make last year's style seem really uncool on purpose, so you'd want to buy the new thing.
But I'm sure they're talking about a favorite subject, fashions, and the newest creations they are wearing from right here in California. Our designers have developed a sophisticated flavor to this black and white check pinafore. The neckline and the back treatment are appealing and fashionable. The bouffant puff sleeves are lined to retain their shape. And look at the pattern of racing colors in this shaggy dog cotton twill clam digger. Ruffles are a sure sign of this summer's fashion. They're everywhere.
I mean, if you've ever wondered why each successive decade of the 20th century has a very distinct look, yeah, pretty sure this is a massive part of it. Market researcher Louis Cheskin is quoted in here as saying, "Most design changes are made not for improving the product, either aesthetically or functionally, but for making it obsolete."
Leading dress designers think the bigger, the bolder, the wilder the print, the more artistic the dress. Or is it just another fashion fad?
This is not just the fashion industry, either, but all industries trying to emulate the fashion industry doing this. Everything was about being judged on appearances, too. This is an ad I just randomly came across for Suits in a 1954 newspaper, and it says, "Your station in life is judged not only by your home, but also by your appearance."
Judy, isn't it about time you got dressed, dear? I'm dressed. Well, that's a matter of opinion. Go put on a dress before they get here.
Ask for him? Okay.
Just in case the denizens of the 50s weren't entirely sure, it was spelled out for them right in the ad, okay? And people not only really believe this corpo creation, linking self-esteem to products, but they still do even today. People still believe this. People are paying $300 for these weird-ass Yeezy shoes that look like Crocs on crack. I mean, somebody I assume is. I don't know. I mean, Kanye was selling a $120 plain white t-shirt, too. And that sold out. People were like, I'm going to get me a $120 white t-shirt. Anyway, I guess that's really cool. I don't know.
A new neighbor. He looks promising. Nice car. But here's where her good neighbor policy ends. Poor guy.
So people are still believing this, though. That's the point. I got judged. I got judged a few weeks ago by an elderly real estate agent on the fact that I have a ripped up couch in my living room that a cat destroyed a couple years ago that I haven't replaced because it's still mostly functional. And I just don't have money to throw at things like furniture right now. The cost of which I feel at this point is incredibly inflated and ridiculous. So I started sewing patches on it. Guess how much I care. So the 50s was a time of there being only 3 television stations, and I would say a lot more trust in what was being shown on those stations then than now, but people still believe a lot of what they're told now, so.
Your product here. Live in a more comfortable home. Take off ugly fat. Keep romance from fading away.
Your product here.
But there are a lot of commercials from that time period that are just straight preying on people's fear and insecurity, and that was just a norm for selling things.
The following demonstration shows how important this is to you.
Coffee companies, for example, were making wives feel like their husbands would cheat on them with the secretary if the coffee didn't taste good enough.
Your coffee, sir.
Thanks, beautiful.
You're welcome.
How can such a pretty wife make such bad coffee?
I heard that.
Must have been such a nice vacation. Did you ever see Larry looking so happy?
Oh, honey, happiness is a vacation. Away from your coffee. Oh, no.
What's wrong?
Oh, it's your coffee again. Well, it's your coffee. Oh, this coffee is criminal.
Honey, you killed the petunias.
Then you admit it. Your coffee really is murder.
Want anything special for your birthday?
Just a decent cup of coffee.
You're kidding.
I'm serious. Honey, your coffee's undrinkable.
Pretty harsh.
Well, so's your coffee. You know, the girls down at the office make better coffee on their hot plates. Well, see you later.
And he didn't even kiss me goodbye.
Hey, great coffee.
It's instant Folgers. Doesn't it taste good as Fresh Perks?
Better.
Better than those girls make at the office.
Honey, their coffee can't hold a candle to yours.
What does coffee have to do with not getting cheated on? I'm not really sure. But that's the way it was portrayed. Did it sell coffee? I bet it did. I found a Goodyear tire commercial that I want to play this for you. Hold on.
This flat tire needs a man, but when there's no man around, when there's no man around, Goodyear should be. Why?
Kind of makes it seem like if you're a woman and you get a flat tire and there's not a man around to help you, bad things might happen to you. I mean, they even call the freaking thing lifeguard. Like, the tire itself is protecting your life. Not necessarily from flat tires or a possible blowout and car crash or anything, but what might happen to you as a woman who gets a flat tire and has to, like, go out for help by yourself in high heels at night without a man around. And there are so many examples like this. I could probably go on all day with that, but you get the point.
And she spends money. In any case, our consumer is a real person.
Just for reference, I was watching Alan Rene's My American Uncle French film, and he's done a really sophisticated montage technique of interweaving people's stories, like multiple characters, hard to keep track of them all, and they're retelling their childhood, how they were raised, how their parents were, who they fell in love with, and what they decided to do, and like, it's interesting. But anyway, they merged it with a scientist guy talking about the theory of the brain. So there's 3 different levels of the brain, and the lowest level of the brain, the oldest one from an evolutionary standpoint, is known as the reptilian brain. It's associated with your most basic needs. You know, everybody's got to eat. There's got to be sleep and rest. There's reproduction, and then there's fight or flight. The basic things, the kind of animalistic drives. But there's an interplay, like we never quite leave behind the basic drives. We continue as humans, no matter how sophisticated, educated, conscious, developed we get, we still deal with hunger, sex, food, sleep, and those type of things on a daily basis, on a continuing basis. Anyway, it's kind of a long story, but the play between us is very interesting. But he says, in terms of consciousness and memory, what makes up a brain, what makes up an individual's human experience is others. It's their experience with others. The traumatic moments, yes, but also all the little subtle details of falling in love and filling your memory banks with the first time, you know, you had that magical kiss and that sort of thing. Alan Rene, as a director, I think is speaking to what cinema can do and that sort of thing. But meanwhile, we're dealing with television, consumer goods, post-war industries. And what they've really done is tied the most basic reptilian brain that Renee's character calls consumption. The consumption is all your basic needs. They've tied that to the higher levels of consciousness, the aspiration towards dreams and what-if scenarios and appreciation for the higher, and they've merged them so that whereas a dream might drive your behavior, inspire you to do things to accomplish goals, they've tied them to the most basic needs, even though they're easily accomplished, so you can never have enough of the most basic needs.
This episode is about Freud's American nephew, Edward Bernays. He showed American corporations for the first time how they could make people want things they didn't need by linking mass-produced goods to their unconscious desires.
I wish I had a castle in the sky.
They've caused people to feel like they never quite have enough and they always need more, and they've tied their dreams. You've got women in the 50s dancing around washing machines and in their finest dress in a dream state in that car with the person they might love driving on that hilltop. And sure, those are nice moments in reality when they happen.
I wish my living room were all redone. New drapes, new rugs, oh, this is fun.
You know, dancing around your washing machine.
They settled the land. And they built great cities, monuments to their progress. Yet, for all their vast achievements, something of their dreams still eluded them.
But really, the dream represents something you can never quite fulfill. Even if you get that model, even if you get that washing machine, that car, that dress, even that man, this form of consumption tied to the dreams, exploited in advertising, makes people always feel like they have to have more. Consumption, a lacking sense of consumption, even when the basic needs are met. There's nothing inherently exciting about washing clothes.
For about 6,000 years now, give or take a couple, we've faced the problem of covering our bodies with clothing.
Even with the newest and most sophisticated, latest washing machine model. And yet, by having a woman dancing around a washing machine or a television set, they're tying the idea of dreams of fulfillment, the idea of what you could be, to the basic things that you need, so that you're always wanting to consume more. The old one is never good enough for very long.
Earlier in the show, you saw the beginning of a trial of free center post agitator automatic washers and the new Westinghouse revolving agitator washer.
We're not talking about just replacing broken and worn out things. We're talking about replacing them on the basis of desire. And Edward Bernays and his counterparts in the 20th century did this very consciously. They played upon Freud. Edward Bernays is a nephew of Freud. And they played upon the emerging psychology and exploited it. They exploited the inherent needs of humans and tied them to their dreams to sell an infinite number of goods, and meanwhile leave the bulk of the population continually, perpetually, forever feeling unfulfilled, never having enough, and always being a ready customer for whatever market is next. Always a better model, right? It's not about literally filling your belly or literally having a place to sleep. It's about keeping up with the standard of that. And very consciously, Edward Bernays and everyone else in his field in the 20th century very consciously played upon this interaction and made people feel a lack, made people feel like they never had enough, even when they did. You know, accomplishing basic needs for almost everyone in the world wouldn't be that hard, except for the way they play upon economics. And really, they're just pushing people to consume in a measure with their dreams, which is pretty much inappropriate.
Improved styling constantly adds to the ease and grace and gaiety of American living. The things we have in America are ever changing. The studios and workshops of our stylists pour forth a never-ending flow of service and of artistry.
Now let's see if our mystery ghost diver is really
Weaponizing style to make things suck so you'll buy more.
Well, they sure had everything figured out.
It's one thing for engineers and corporations to give products death dates, to purposefully time things to last for only a short time, to break, to need more frequent maintenance and replacement. You bastards. But it's a whole other level for the advertisers to manipulate the consumers into getting their own brains to lie to them, to make them no longer satisfied by the physical thing, even though it's still perfectly good, because their desires and their dreams and really their underlying need to recreate some primordial moment of fulfillment on any type of need, any level, any type of consumer good. They're getting people's brains to tell them to no longer be satisfied or fulfilled by things that are perfectly good physically, so that when the next style comes around, they will, only semi-consciously, mostly subconsciously, they will want to buy it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this commercial is going to use subliminal advertising.
And in some cases, they'll do whatever it takes at almost any cost to get the next best sneakers or get the thing that will please their wife and maybe patch up a bad marriage.
If Bob truly loved me, he'd give me gas for Christmas. I laugh at my own jokes. It's so lame.
And so forth and so on. That inner child may be trying to recreate that illusory feeling of safety and happiness, having mommy put him or her in that playpen when they were still just tiny, but only for a fleeting moment in time when happiness seemed tangible, even though it's always been elusive.
Now's the time for you to buy the General Electric blender.
The whole thing is sophisticated by playing upon what is primordial and basic. And in that sense, it's psychology that is weaponized against us to turn us into consumers, repeating base consumers who can never quite get out of the pit, out of the lower level of trying just to fulfill their basic needs, so they can never really focus on where we are, or what we're trying to do, or what our purpose is. It's sophisticated. It's weaponized.
That invention is worth a fortune.
Well, they sure had everything figured out.
If we're trapped, as it were, in the consumer mode, always needing the next thing to achieve basic fulfillments of inherent needs, pleasure, escaping pain, maybe not even an actual reality, but just as a psychological suggestion that's been placed there. Now, where does that leave our potential to reach the higher states of human consciousness?
It's really easy for people today to look at this and look back at that time and say, wow, what a bunch of schmucks who are totally being manipulated.
In 2021, the average person is estimated to encounter 6,000 to 10,000 advertisements every single day. This is double the number of advertisements we'd have seen in 2007 and 12 times more than what people were seeing in the 70s.
Sure, governments and corpos were pushing obsolescence and wanton consumerism and insecurity just to sell more crap and grow the economy, but certainly we'd be smarter today. Certainly we would catch on to any ridiculous financial schemes being deployed against us now.
It'd be slick if we had an electric ironer, like Sally's mother has.
Of course it would. And I'm looking forward to having an electric dryer, too.
Sure do get a smooth shave with this electric razor. Wait till you see the electric water heater Dad got us. We're loaded now. We have plenty of hot water all the time.
Everything's so easy with an electric range.
I was just thinking.
Thinking? About what?
Oh, you know, thinking how awful wash day used to be for you before you had the electric water heater and the washer.
Are we, though? Are we smarter today? Really?
The modern world is a world in which business plays an important part.
You know, back then these people thought they were the height of science and technological progress. They thought they were the height of intelligence, too.
The refrigerator keeps day-to-day food in perfect freshness. The dishwasher? Now, there's a machine that does away with a chore that everybody hates.
And the dishwasher uses such hot water you couldn't possibly put your hands in it.
Sure. That makes the dishes hygienically clean.
My, you certainly know all about dishwashers.
Why don't you let me fix you some of this new Mococo drink? All natural cocoa beans from the upper slopes of Mountain Nicaragua, no artificial sweeteners.
What the hell are you talking about?
So in the past, people were taught to accept planned obsolescence and be good consumers and grow the economy for technological progress.
No matter how enormous the industrial capacity of a nation may be, from its harnessing of hydroelectric power, its steel production, its number of machine tools, the size of its labor forces, on into the skill of its scientific research, only if the greatest part of this industrial output is in consumer goods designed for, priced for, and made available to all the people of every community does it contribute anything to a higher standard of living. And there is no one factor more representative of or more conducive to the economic well-being of the American citizen than the home in which he lives.
If everybody's raising living standards to the point where everybody's got a car and everybody's got air conditioning and everybody's got a big house, well, the planet will boil over.
Today, we're living in a world where we're being told significant behavioral changes must once again happen in regard to the things we eat, the things we buy, our travel, how we spend our time, coming from all over the corporate, political, and NGO world. I mean, we get new recommendations for how to fix the problems caused in the 20th century by corporations all the time now. And most of them are on the individual. Here's one such thing. I just want to show you this because I thought this was particularly special. This is called C40, which describes itself as a climate leadership group of 96 cities around the world, representing a 12th of the world's population and a quarter of the global economy. And describes itself as a global network of mayors of the world's leading cities that are united in action to confront the climate crisis. And they released this report, which they referred to as a pioneering piece of thought leadership titled The Future of Urban Consumption. So this came out back in the summer of 2019, and it called for individual consumption reduction targets to lower emissions and mitigate the crisis. And they broke it down into 6 categories, which include reducing the number of new clothing items bought per person each year, shifting to a plant-based diet, drastically lowering or cutting out altogether meat and dairy consumption, reducing the number of flights each person takes, reducing car ownership, and then increasing car lifespans and material efficiency. But the reduction of car ownership is first. Increasing car lifespans and material efficiency is listed after that. Improving materials efficiency and the utilization of buildings, and optimizing the life of IT equipment. Some of these are merely problematic, but others of these are either impossible or just completely out of an individual's control altogether. And before I show you these targets, which they claim need to be met by the end of the present decade, by 2030 in these major cities, I want to point out this report openly states that they realize individual consumers cannot change the way the global economy operates. So at least they pretend to know that, right? But it does go on to say that many of the interventions they're proposing rely on individual action. Why? Why is that? Why is it individual action and not corporate action? After all, it's not up to individuals how a car company decides to engineer the lifespans of the cars, or how efficient a tech company decides to make its products, or when it decides to roll out new products and obsolete the old ones. right? Those processes are all completely out of customer hands altogether. And just like everything, I think it's very interesting when you look at the C40, where's this at? C40, influencing the global agenda. I think it's interesting when you look at these kinds of things and you look at who's funding it. Because yes, it's things like Bloomberg and things like the German government and the UK government and Denmark and stuff like that. But you get down in here and you got lots of corporations that are on board with this and foundations that are part of corporations, and the Open Society Foundation, IKEA, L'Oreal, the Hewlett Foundation, FedEx and Google, and partnerships with the Clinton Foundation. It's all the same. It's always all the same, right? So you have companies getting on board with this, and they're going to tell you it's not their problem, it's yours. You individually need to fix some things. You need to make all these adjustments in your own life. Isn't it funny how when corporations get together, they decide it's all on us to change and fix everything? Not them. Not the way they do business, not what they're doing at all. So that's cool, I guess. And this report shows that there are 2 levels to these targets for consumption by 2030. They've got progressive targets and ambitious targets. It says the specific consumption interventions and targets have been developed through a dual process of desk research and engagement with subject matter specialists to validate assumptions. Isn't that nice? They got the subject matter specialists just hanging out, just ready to validate assumptions.
Good. Beautiful.
The ambitious targets for 2030 are no meat or dairy consumed by anyone.
Then another steak that's certainly nice for family meals or when you're entertaining because it's a nice, large size steak is this one, a flat bone sirloin. Now another steak that's delicious for broiling or for cooking outdoors is a beef ribeye steak. Now for economy, you might like to try a blade chuck steak.
Earlier this year, the United Nations held a global conference on the benefits of eating insects, even suggesting it might be a good solution to world hunger.
Here's a booklet entitled How to Buy Beef Steaks.
I don't know why the United States doesn't eat insects when they're actually very healthy for you.
Only 3 new clothing items per person per year.
Down through the ages, women have paid meticulous attention to the matter of dressing.
1 short-haul return flight every 3 years per person.
Jet speeds will help to accomplish one of man's long-sought goals, an easy interchange of peoples throughout the world. Transoceanic flights now become short hops, 6.5 magic hours to Europe.
And nobody owns a personal vehicle at all. Even just the progressive target on cars would have less than 20% of the population owning a personal vehicle.
Let me get that down.
Which I live in Texas, and I just think is so weird, okay? Because Austin, Texas is one of these C40 cities that's on this list. And I'm telling you, the public transportation in Austin is like a weird afterthought they just slapped in at some point because they had to. And we're just trying to get across town today here in Austin, Texas. And we've probably been in the car for, what, an hour?
Yep.
Just trying to get from one side of town to the other side of town. Just building everything up and up and up and condensing everything in and in and in so that people will stay where they're at and just walk around their general small area. They just put more and more stuff everywhere, more and more stores, more and more restaurants, more and more businesses. There's just all this stuff everywhere so that you'll just stay up in your giant tower there and hardly ever leave to go anywhere. And if you do, you'll be walking or riding a bike. You definitely won't be driving. They're completely dissuading people from having cars at all. They're trying to push new initiatives here in town where they're dissuading people from even parking downtown at all and just trying to get people to not even have a car, basically.
I don't think it's going to be completely phased out, but they're going to make it very expensive so only rich people can do it. But they're doing it all across the country. If you look at America2050.org, the Rockefeller
which is the Rockefeller Foundation. We tried to get home from the airport in Austin using public transport a few years back just so we could compare it to Western Europe's system. And it took us 4 hours walking around with our luggage, hopping on multiple different bus lines, just so that we could get stranded in the middle of town because the train stopped running at like 7:30 p.m. on a weekday. The bus didn't go north far enough to help us. So it's kind of a joke to put this off on the average person who really doesn't have any choice in the matter if they need to get around for work and to live.
All the major cities and metropolitan zones are putting twice as many people in all of them by that target year 2050, and so they're moving everyone in from suburban and rural areas.
I don't think we're going to ever make it across town today. I don't even know why we tried to go anywhere. And that's the whole point. I don't think they want anybody to really go anywhere. But they are. To the point that it looks like the same graphic design artists who came up with the XR color scheme and design schema have come up with what is being called the Take the Jump Pledge, where they're trying to get people to pledge to do the things that were listed here. And they even promoted it in the mainstream media as well as 6 promises you can make to help reduce carbon emissions. So you can take one short haul flight every 3 years per person, right? But these same people who represent these different foundations and corporations that are funding the C40 cities, they're going to take one private jet flight every year to WEF so they can lecture us all about what we need to do to fix the environment.
How to sleep, how to get up in the morning, how to brush your hair, how to eat, how to dress, how to communicate, how to have manners, how to play, how to make good habits, how to be well groomed, how to wash your hands, how to be a good student, how to be healthy, how to control your emotions, how to be popular, how to be a citizen, how to be productive, how to be professional, how to prepare, how to date, how to be ready for marriage, how to be a parent, how to act your age, how to grow old, how to live, how to die, how to live, how to die, how to live, how to die, how to live, how to die.
Corpos, meanwhile, keep on corporating. But the point I guess I'm trying to make by showing you all this is that generations past were literally trained by a combination of psychological tactics and modern advertising that they wouldn't have a fulfilled life or be good enough or whole without buying a bunch of stuff all the time.
Your product here
enables or helps him to enjoy healthful recreation, have well-trained, obedient pets, make friends, have leisure time for travel, grow bigger crops, get real smoking satisfaction, enjoy smoother shaves, strengthen our national defense.
Modern humans trained for generations to look at what they have but only see what they lack. That to be alive in modern society is to lack and to need stuff.
By satisfying people's inner selfish desires, one made them happy and thus docile. It was the start of the all-consuming self, which has come to dominate our world today.
A mindset that puts us in a position of not being whole without corporations to give us the things that we need to be whole.
Thanks to
your name here,
employment boom. Not only in the vast modern facilities of
your name here,
but in factories everywhere, geared to supply this vital new industry that is reshaping our economy and transforming the lives of millions.
People did as they were told. So many that we're now living in the actual fallout of that.
With new,
your product here,
available to all, man is working modern miracles, breaking the boundaries of time, nearing the conquest of space itself. In countless ways, directly and indirectly,
your product here
serves the nation and its citizens, plays a vital role in helping every American to achieve a better way of life.
Where fulfillment was once driven into physical consumption, now companies are driving into digital consumption, but it's not much different. Today, the same system that baked obsolescence into our lives back then is telling us that we are now going obsolete. There's too many of us, we're a drag on resources. At the same moment they claim to be cracking the code to immortality, they're saying the average person should only live to the age of 75, while we have billionaires openly bragging that they'll be living more than twice as long, like Sean Parker over here. But here's what Parker said, quote, "Because I'm a billionaire, I'm going to have access to better health care, so I'm going to be like 160, and I'm going to be part of this, like, class of immortal overlords." If you were going to put a sentence in as an example of what arrogance is, this is perfect right here. This should be in there under arrogance, because this is the most arrogant thing I've ever heard a person say with a straight face in front of other people. So that's what the real wealth gap is. It's not the superficial wealth. It's the ultimate logical conclusion of that wealth in relation to the steering of scientific research and technological progress, and the fact that by having so much money, people like Parker, who, by the way, at age 38, just so happens to be the founder and chair of the Parker Institute for Cancer Immunotherapy. I just can't imagine why. These people are saying that through technology, they will be able to live twice as long as everyone else, twice as long as the average pleb, referring to himself as joining a class of immortal overlords. I mean, just... That the very behaviors bred into generations of us by corpos are the problem that needs to change. Not the way corporations do business, which is so obvious that even the World Economic Forum admits they're incentivized not to design anything for longevity. So all these businesses got together and they decided they'd rather do a subscription model economy of usership and constant never-ending debt that will cost the average person more money for the same stuff, instead of just making stuff that doesn't break and wind up in a landfill and require replacing as often in the first place. And they've shifted a lot of the blame and a lot of the burden for change on the individual, which is, at the same time, handily shifting it away from the corporations. Could it be because they, I don't know, represent corporations, these people that go to this? I mean, ding, ding, ding. It's a shocking concept, I know.
Presenting King Ding, mighty ruler of the Ding-a-ling world. What's this little guy doing? He's in King Ding's elevator and is riding up through the inner power plant. Now he's getting close to the head. He's there. He becomes King Ding's actual brain. And a $3 million TV campaign will introduce the world of the Ding-a-lings for what it is.
It's barely discussed how the economic model of planned obsolescence that's been in place for decades and was literally taught to generation after generation is still to this day contributing to resource exploitation in the name of profits over not just people, but freaking everything, okay? No, it's blamed on individuals, though. It's just individuals and population. It's anywhere but corporations. Just don't look there, all right? Sure, walk into any Walmart and right up front, you're instantly going to be looking at so much cheap, non-biodegradable, earth-hating plastic, your head will spin. But hey, they have sustainability summits and stuff, okay? So, you know.
Who is that? This is the end of the mystery. Well, if it isn't our old friend...
Before I get too far off on a side tangent, this green future, I mean, let's go ahead for the sake of a fun party game, and we'll just assume that everything we're being told can be taken at face value.
Well, the purpose of a party is to have fun together.
Which is a big if. Like the hugest if, probably, that's possible. Right now, about the transition that we're being told has to happen to save the planet, okay? The World Bank is claiming that the mining of minerals, something which has traditionally been a nightmare for the environment and all the living things in it, is going to have to increase by a whopping 500% by 2050 just to meet the growing demand for clean energy technologies. So, in other words, in the most basic of senses, we have to trust the same corpos whose prime directive is to make money for their shareholders first and foremost. The same corpos being fined millions of dollars even now for what could essentially be called obsolescence practices or straight up lying about greenwashing, which they've been caught doing. Even now, as they claim out of one side of their mouth they're going to go green and be all sustainable and stuff like that, we have to trust them to also be good stewards of the earth as we increase the mining of rare earth minerals and other minerals 500%. And that's going to be good for the earth now.
Uh-oh. Well, you did it again.
I mean, I'm sorry, but isn't that kind of schizo just on its face?
Baby oil, for example. It is so pure and mild that during the infant period, it is often used instead of water for his bath. Who would think that from this crude oil, pure baby oil is refined?
Why do I even have to ask that? Why do I even have to say that? It just sounds stupid coming out of my mouth. And while people are kept busy fighting amongst themselves, the people going to these WEF meetings, they might personally hate each other's guts for all I know, but they're all organizing together just fine, just coming together for their agenda, and they're not having a problem with that. And if anything proves that, it is how coordinated the last 3 years and the resultant wealth transfer to the top appeared to be. So, average people are getting poorer and sicker, and they're fighting amongst themselves about political carpet sides and culture wars and whatever else. But meanwhile, all these corporate representatives over here are flying private jets around lecturing everyone else on the environment, which got purposefully trashed in the 20th century by lying, devious corporations, okay? That is who did it. Not the person buying stuff who didn't realize they were being tricked into buying crap that was falling apart and made on purpose to go fill up a landfill somewhere. Corporations that made those decisions on purpose to extract as much money from people as possible, okay, at all costs, not giving two about the environment whatsoever. And now, corporate talking heads are coming together for global agendas that are being implemented top-down all over the world, and they're saying, hey, the burden is on the individual to change, not the corporations, not them, you. And back then, people thought keeping up with the Joneses and all the consumerism that came with it was somehow their own personal idea that they organically had themselves. That these ideas of what they needed to eat and buy and wear and what products they needed to live a good life came from their own brain. And certainly weren't being put there by aggressive marketing campaigns drenched in weaponized psychology to get desired behavioral and financial results, right? No. But certainly today, the people that are walking around parroting these talking points about how many people there are and how overpopulated everything is and here's what we need to eat and buy and wear and what products we need to live a good life and do better, that's their own personal ideas, right? That they're organically having themselves right now, because those are entirely good for society and progress, and totally aren't being put there once again by the very entities that stand to benefit from them. Just like people in the 50s were made to believe that obsolescence was not only acceptable, but entirely good for society and progress too, by the very entities that stood to benefit from them. Gee, if only hypocrisy balanced the equation.
The living symbol of our national heritage. A story in the great tradition of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and the other heroic figures who, like your company president here, dedicated their lives to humanity, and whose contributions to the betterment of mankind will never be forgotten.
I truly am starting to think that people just have no idea where they are right now.
And now, a letter to the New World Order.
Dear Adult Diaper Corpos, how are you? I'm sure the adult diaper biz is, as they say, booming. Well, I had a dream it was sagging. So your new team of TikTok-literate, cool-adjacent adults from the Gen Below Mine concocted a brilliant plan that is so...
Gen Z, phrase, here.
It might even wake Sigmund Freud's nephew Edward Bernays' long-ago rotting corpse from the dead, just to get paid a few more sweet, sweet consultant dollars to approve it. It had to do with paying a handful of low-level TikTok influencers to make it seem trendy, and like it was totally their own idea, not hatched in a corporate boardroom, to take pictures and video of themselves wearing
Your product here.
adult diapers to a Taylor Swift concert and posting them on TikTok with lines like,
"It's the most durable, the most absorbent," said the shameless groupie with a giggle, describing the top quality of her adult diapers, which are typically reserved for folks living with incontinence, immobility, dementia, or severe diarrhea.
I know it was just a dream, but
Your company here.
in its new generation of PR minions concocting ways to spend marketing dollars to get younger and younger gens to wear diapers until everyone at every age has a reason to buy diapers and wear diapers cradle to grave, still really freaks me right the hell out. Sincerely, me. Well, it's that magical time of the year again, the time when my least favorite Christmas movie ever made in the history of ever is put on television on loop, the time that Harvard refers to as heart attack season, because everyone is so freaking stressed out by the end of the year they can barely stand it, and they're just promoting that as a headline to let us all know that we should come to expect this, and it's normal to live in a world and a system and a society where everyone should just expect that to be the case. And Congress once again tries to murder an entire forest worth of trees to print off 1,500 plus page continuing resolution bills to shove through who knows even what to fund the government for just a couple more, 3 more months, basically. Just 3 more months of funding for that government.
Watch as hog carcasses are broken down into primal cuts.
And Speaker Johnson, a man who was sadly born without a spine, apparently, very sad for him, had just got on saying back in September that there wouldn't be a Christmas omnibus bill.
We have broken the Christmas omni. And I have no intention of going back to that terrible tradition. So there won't be a Christmas omnibus. As somebody asked me in the hallway a little while ago, will there be many buses? We don't want any buses. We're not going to do any buses, okay?
And here it is. And by the way, it included adjustments to congressional salaries to reflect the cost of living changes, increasing their annual salaries from $174,000 to $243,300, giving themselves a $69,000 raise. What a tough vote when you could just pack everything else into that bill and also a raise on top of it. You're not allowed to just vote for your own raise. Got to vote for it all. So isn't that cool how that works? That's so amazing how awesome that is for them. I am so glad that the American people voted for them to represent the American people, and then they got in there and voted for themselves for a nearly $70,000 annual raise.
Let's watch the development of the ham, one of the first meat cuts to receive attention.
So glad, because they're doing such an awesome job. They really should be just giving themselves a raise equivalent to a whole salary for other people in this country. That's amazing. Who the hell even knows what's in there? They just try to shove that right through because they know everybody just wants to go home for Christmas. They know that's how it works. And they've been doing that now for over 100 freaking years. Okay? Just want to remind everybody, this is how we got the Federal Reserve. They just waited till it was right at the end there and shoved that thing right through. And the Nation actually wrote about this on New Year's Day, 1914. And this really sums up what they do every year. But this is how we got the Federal Reserve, and this is what they've been doing since. When the historian who leaves nothing out comes to write the full account of the passage of the currency bill, that's the Federal Reserve Act, he will not omit reference to the influence of the Christmas spirit. Congress was as eager as a small boy to get off for the holidays, and there stood the cruel resolution of the Democratic majority not to adjourn unless the bill was passed. This undoubtedly had the effect of hastening final action. The drawing near of the gracious Christmas tide seemed to calm the savage beast of the filibuster, and to still the passions of the makers of long speeches. It was rumored that Senator La Follette would insist upon speaking for 2 or 3 days. So they were threatening to talk for 2 or 3 days, keeping people there. And one can imagine the apprehensive looks that were cast in his direction. But he let his music die within him. Even he could hardly have faced the universal rage that would have fallen upon him if he had ruined the congressional vacation over the holidays. The whole thing was a wonderful demonstration of what Christmas can do in the sphere of legislation. It was the old miracle over again. No voice or hideous hum runs through the arched roof. Puke.
I mean, this is so obvious that it's just beating a dead horse, but obviously government is meant to be out in the open, examined. Things are to be debated, the pros and cons weighed, and no is to be voted if things are unconstitutional, not good for the country.
This is their bill.